Hello, everybody. Another Wednesday night. I've made a good streak of these. 'Cause there was a long stretch of like September, October, where I definitely missed a lot of Wednesdays. So, hey, what's going on? If you're here for the VOD, there will be timestamps below eventually when I have the chance after the video finishes processing, that I can edit out the countdown. Then I'll drop the timestamps down below. If you were interested in timestamps from Sunday, I put those in yesterday. So you can check those out. But hello, everybody. How is everyone doing tonight? Let me bring up the chat. What's up, Destroyer, Easy Mid, Astro Zach, Paris, what was your other name? What was your name on Twitch? I forget. I remember, like, I have like a memory that you were another name that I remember. Let's mosey. What's going on? Hot Sauce Ross. Hey, thank you so much for giving my inversion theory so much. Stage time last stream. Been noticed to imagine it going as far as it has, and folks like you spreading it is forever welcome. Yeah, no problem, Hot Sauce Ross. Yeah, it was a good watch. It was actually the most requested video that I had gotten on here. And I think overall, I don't know if you saw any of the reaction, but and I didn't watch the entire thing just because it was a lot. But the overarching, like the intro and sort of like the big beats, like the big sort of inversions, I thought were really interesting. And people mentioned some other moments, like the what is it? The pressure, the water pressure, or air pressure, or whatever it is. And how that relates potentially to the lung capacity thing. I was like, oh yeah, it does even mechanically work almost identically to how that worked in the original. So there were definitely some moments that really clicked for me in terms of the what you put forward. So yeah, no problem. Jake Lloyd, damn, this part is going to be so epic in the remake. I know there's a section where the remake-ness really fits, like Junon, big ol' set piece. Yes, Jake, 100%. That was actually in mind for me when I was replaying the original ahead of Rebirth. I did a playthrough ahead of Rebirth. Thank you so much for the bits, Easy Mid. There's no message with that. Yeah, just bits. But that was actually in my mind when I played through the Junon part. I have like a playthrough on my channel of the OG leading up to Rebirth, where I was doing a similar thing. I was playing the original with sort of remake in mind and sort of like the things that happen in remake up to that point sort of in mind. And it made me realize like there were just so many moments that I looked at differently. And then now, post Rebirth, now I look at even more things differently in terms of how they can bring it to part 3. But the Junon set piece is like a big one. And I'm looking forward to talking about like things that I have in mind for that, but also what you all have in mind for that. Let me see, is there anything else? I think Steph, I said hi to you, Jelly-san, Barrow, Nomad, what's up? I think that covers everyone I've seen here. So this will probably be a bit of a shorter stream for 2 reasons. One, I am a little tired tonight. I don't know about the rest of you, but man, December kicks in and just my body just starts to shut down, just completely shut down. I just don't want to do anything. It takes any energy to do anything other than whatever is completely necessary. And I'm working on the Expedition 33 thing right now, which taps all of my extracurricular energy and time. But all I really want to do is throw the TV on, watch something, and numb out. That's really what I want to do most. But I'm here with you all. That's my commitment. And we will be getting to it. Plus, the other reason why I probably won't stream too long tonight is because I don't know how quickly we'll get toward the live stream sequence stuff. And I don't want to do the live stream sequence tonight. I want to save that for a stream where like that's the focus and I can even think about it ahead of time a little bit and like have some thoughts together. And then we can play through it, talk about it. I can tweet about it, put it on Discord. They're like, hey, we're going to do live stream sequence tonight. So everyone's sort of like aware that we're doing a live stream sequence. Because that's like the #1 sequence in the game for me. Like that is the big turning point of the entire story. So, Labib Zahid. Hey, what's up? Are you doing well? One more week. Oh yeah. Game Awards. Game Awards. Yes. You didn't even have to say it. But yeah, we'll do on Sunday. On Sunday, my plan is to do the bingo card for Game Awards. So we'll do our predictions, bingo card for Game Awards. Maybe even 2 bingo cards if I'm feeling especially frisky, right? Might do one for a bingo card of like what might be in a trailer. And then maybe one for the show as a whole. We'll see. Chris, thank you so much for subscribing. To catch up, House Sauce Ross said, I am Mosey, hope to have it out in a month or 2. There'll be part 3 for Remake, parts that were cut, Mr. discussed after uploads, as well as some self-critique and teasing Rebirth. Nice, so it sounds like you're working another video, Ross. But yeah, and actually Hype Train started. So anybody who's here, in fact, I have like, let me see if I can turn this on. I'm pretty sure I can put a discount for subscriptions, because I haven't used enough of them and I'm like running out of days to like do this. So let's do like a 3-hour block of 35% off. I'll make sure Sunday that we do a big thing where all subs are 35% off. Well, it's 35% off 5 or more gift subs. So apparently, I think you have to get 5, maybe. Either way, it's a thing I can activate, so I just activated it. So anybody here, oh shoot, oh shit, my phone. Anybody here who wants to see that, you can. But before we jump into FF7, I want to shout out something. Can you believe it? We're in the month of part 3 reveal, TGA Watch Party. Yeah, we're gonna stream the Game Awards next Thursday. Like I said, Sunday, we're going to do like bingo card predictions. It's going to be actually kind of a crazy week now that we talk about it, right? So we're going to do Sunday is TGA like bingo card predictions and stuff like that. And we'll play Crisis Core. There was a new theory video dropped in my Discord. That was pretty good that we might watch on Sunday also. And it's like thankfully short. It's like 20 minutes. So we might watch that because it did spark some thoughts for me on that. But I also want to actually like play some of the game on Sunday. So, but hopefully that won't take long. And then next Wednesday will be the live stream sequence. We'll be set up for the live stream sequence after tonight's stream. So we'll be doing live stream sequence stuff next Wednesday. And then Thursday will be the Game Awards, where hopefully we get part 3. Bring your clown masks, all that jazz. Because yeah, it's I'm not trying to get too hyped. I'm not trying to get too hyped. I wish I had the Daniel from Final Fantasy V like thing where just the hype is always like crazy high. But the thing that haunts me in my regular life too is always like thinking, but what if it doesn't happen? Or what if da 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 da? So, I'm ready. I'm hopeful. The Max prediction helped. Him going with thinking it'll be 50-50 and all that definitely helped. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense, but we'll see. If there's a reasonable time to get hyped, it's now. Yeah. That said, ... I saw someone on Reddit say that Barrett and Eris VAs are guests at TGA, but couldn't find the source. Somebody else on the Discord posted some other award show, like the Grand Game Awards or something, had like Aerith as a guest. So I think they were Grand Game Awards guests. I don't think they're at TGA's though. It wouldn't really make sense for them to be at TGA's. Maybe they're presenting an award. I mean, like, if they had won best performance like last year, then it would make sense. But I don't think they are. I really don't think they are. I mean, I have to double check. If anybody finds it, the one I did find was Grand Game Awards. That was the one that I found. Was Aerith is going to be, well, Brianna White is going to be at Grand Game Awards. Before we get into FF7,
coming off
I want to share something with you all. Just to, like, we're not going to watch the entire thing, but I want you all to watch it when you get the chance after the stream. And I'll watch a couple of clips with you, but that's not the right one. That's not the right one. Wait a minute. Hold on. Why is it? What happens to my scene? Where's my scene? Where we watch stuff in full screen. I don't know why it's... Hold on. I don't know where this video is playing from. What the fuck is this? It's not that one. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I'm pretty sure. Okay. I don't know why. Where is my regular... Anyway. But I wanted to share this with you guys so that you can check it out later. Nightscape Prince uploaded a new FF10 like development video, and it's really good. And I say this as somebody who's not a major FF10 fan. Like, I like FF10. It's a good game, but I'm not like, it's like in my top 5 of like FF games. But for whatever reason, it never really like captured me fully the way that or like ate my brain the way like an FF7 did, or like 14, or Tactics even. But he uploaded this new video. You can see here the revolutionary development of Final Fantasy X. And it was 5 hours ago. And there's some really cool stuff in it. I'll skip over the stuff that are like, that's like spoilerish, just because I don't know how many people here have played 10. I'm sure like most of you have, but I don't want to accidentally spoil anything. But we'll jump to a couple parts I just found super fascinating. And you got to see this, so watch this real quick.
Coming off of the incredible successes of Final Fantasy VII and VIII.
So the intro, though, is like a good level setter.
And with Sakaguchi's team currently developing Final Fantasy IX, Squaresoft was looking ahead toward the future. Where do you even go after such massive successes that changed video games and the company forever? This also led them to heavily contemplating the setting. The developers looked at the modern worlds of Final Fantasy VII and VIII, and FF9 was slated to return to their medieval high fantasy roots. They knew they had to try something different. They wanted to create a world that felt fresh, visually and culturally.
And I will say he's about to get into like the origins of how they decided on it, but the setting of FF10 is like one of the things that I most love about it. Like it's such a cool, it was such a different vibe for FF, and I really, really dig the setting
Until
of 10.
this point, most Final Fantasy settings had drawn from Western mythology and architecture. And while Eastern inspiration has always been present in the series, it was never the focal point. And there was a growing desire to flip that completely. Final Fantasy X director Yoshinori Kitase pointed out that people tend to associate fantasy with European castles, knights, dragons, but he wanted to challenge that idea and prove that fantasy could come from other places too. So the team started looking at real-world cultures in Asia and the Pacific, places like Thailand, Bali, and Okinawa, which offered a totally different kind of beauty. And notably, these are also locations that are surrounded in water.
I've been to these locations. I've actually been to this island. It's like an island off, like in Thailand. It's crazy. This beach, it's sort of like it's just like in the middle of the island, and it's like the small sliver, right?
Water.
Can you see the mouse? That's like the small sliver right here, and the sort of like the water like recedes like crazy, like with the tides, and then like comes in. So there's times where it's like just a small sliver of like land, but other times where like the water is more receded and there's a bunch of like beach there.
Scenario writer
Yeah, like that whole
Kazushige
setting is
Nojima
crazy.
would visit
Like
Okinawa
Southeast
where
Asia.
he first learned of the words Tita and Yuna, which refer to the sun and moon.
Like the names
water.
of
Scenario writer Kazushige Nojima would visit Okinawa where he first learned of the words Tita and Yuna, which refer to the sun and moon in the Okinawan language. And this is where the names of the main characters of Final Fantasy X would be born. Hit that subscribe button.
Crazy, right? But the crazier thing, hold on. Where's the really funny? Is it here?
By the dream
No. All right, here, right here.
that ended up staying in the game, quite a different original concept and more. But it's more than just the settings that changed from their original concept. It's also the characters. Tidus played quite a different role in this version of the story, and one that ended up staying in the game until a much later point in development. He was envisioned as an angry plumber. Not only was Tidus originally going to be a Mario brother, this idea is likely why Tidus still wears overalls in his final design. Listen, I know it sounds comical to think of Tidus as a plumber, but the game was not going to feature him unclogging toilets. Like, could you imagine if they were traveling together and Yuna was there to perform a sending and Tidus was there to fix the sink? Instead, Tidus was said to have worked on the underwater facilities of Xanarkin's plumbing. You see, Tidus was said to have worked on the underwater facilities of Xanarkin's plumbing. You see,
and there are a lot of sequences where he's like swimming like crazy, right?
Xanarkin would have a ton of underwater pipes, and his insane lung capacity at this point would actually be used to dive underwater and fix those pipes, which is precisely what I would imagine a Final Fantasy plumber being like. Tidus was also originally going to be the unsent among the group.
But like so crazy. And then where was it? Oh, there was a funny thing about Oron's age, actually.
Opening was that originally Seymour was meant to chaos, part where Sin appears in dreams where Sin is near his
I forget where the age part was.
Yuna.
Oh, this part was interesting too.
Yuna being an idol was actually conceived the kids he promised to teach Blitzball to. He laughed. You may think the idea of Yuna being an idol was entirely a contrivance of Final Fantasy X-2, but this actually couldn't be further from the truth. In reality, Yuna being an idol was actually conceived while the team was working on the original Final Fantasy X, and this idea ultimately ended up seeing itself come to fruition in X-2. The plan was that there was going to be a music festival happening in Macalania at what was called the Yevon Muse Ceremony, and it was there that Yuna would wear Yunalesca's attire and dance. In the Ultimania Omega, the developers said, quote, Nomina, at first I wrote the scenario with the idea of making Yuna an idol in mind, and that atmosphere remains in the game, like in Luca, where the townspeople would surround Yuna. Toriyama, summoners are like stars in this world, aren't they? The concept was there in Final Fantasy X, wanting to travel alongside such an idol. Watanabe, everywhere they went, Yuna's photos were being sold. Kitase, Nomina really likes to make stars, doesn't he? Soldiers had that position in FF7 as well. Nomina, I thought it would add to the realism of the world. Toriyama, we were considering events like weddings and sendings to the far plane as idol-like moments, but there was also the event of Yuna dancing at the Macalania Music Festival. That's part of this plot. Nomina, anyways, I wanted Yuna to dance and sing in many scenes. Watanabe, eventually, as the story became more serious, it became difficult to create a fun production. Kitase, when Seymour and Maester Micah visited Luca, there was a band there, right? Originally, those characters were designed
all
for the
this like
Macalania musical
singing
festival.
and dancing
So
stuff from
Yuna
Ten
singing
2,
and dancing was something they always wanted to do with her character, and eventually
and like it does make sense that like a summoner, given the role of the summoner in the world and like what they are, it's not surprising that they would be seen as like kind of, you know, stars, right? And be treated that way. So there's 25 minutes of this. There's like this footage of like an old tech demo too, where it was like completely 3D free cam and all of that. Like this is like even an earlier build of the game. There's tons of stuff. Like I said, 25 minutes of just like fascinating shit. And I'm not even like a super fan of FF10. So it enthralled me. So I'm pretty sure it would enthrall all of you. So definitely check out MSP's video when you get the chance. But all that said, you know how Wednesdays are. We don't have a ton of time together. So I'd like to get into the game as quickly as I can. So let's start that process. Oh, apparently a goal was met. Every time I come to the scene, that plays. Maybe I need to update the goal or something because he keeps doing that. Cool. Turn that on. It's my OG setup. Let me get 7.7. Oh no, I might have to update like a mod or something. Yep. Shinra Archeology, always updating. The Shinra Archeology mod is always updating. Hey, Fat Music, what's going on? Just gotta let this mod update and then we'll boot it up. And actually, let me change my category on Twitch. So I usually forget to do that. Dashboard. Final Fantasy VII. Okay. All right, it's updated. Hey, what's up, Gwyn Swim? Gwyn? Qhimm? Gwyn? What am I doing? Grim Twin. Hello. Let me hide the taskbar. Controller. What are you all looking forward to? Where's the sound? Oh, I have it muted. Sound mixer. Okay. Of all the Part 3 moments, what are you all looking forward to most? And I will leave you here with that question and with Barrett for just a second because I really need to use the bathroom. Give me one sec. Wrong ear. Yeah, live stream sequence for sure. Constantly figuring out what the hell is going on. Let's mosey. Yeah, that's your arc. Yeah, live stream sequence I figured. Under the Highwind. Rocky Town. I will say, yeah, Whirlwind Maze for me, like live stream sequence, Whirlwind Maze kind of go hand in hand, right? Like Whirlwind Maze, sort of the setup for the live stream sequence. Oh, the Goda boss fight, Pagoda. I think they're going to do that like crazy. They're going to go really hard on that. Like that was like a really fun thing in the original, like side thing with Yuffie. But now that Yuffie has become like so much more core to the story, and they've really set up a lot of stuff with her and her father, especially in the DLC. So I could definitely see them doing like quite a bit with that, with the whole, with her and her dad and that whole pagoda thing. Yeah, I mean, in general, Wutai, I'm very curious how they do certain things, because Wutai is kind of a sleepy tourist town in the OG, and we know it's going to be like at war in part 3, so the whole vibe of that is going to be maybe a bit different. Like the pagoda fight is like kind of fits that very like the town as it is in that moment. But yeah, with like war going around, I don't know how they fully recreate that in that same, with that same tone at least. There's something else for maybe people to rage about. Chadley Pagoda. UVS, the main character energy, yeah. They have the opportunity to update the Tifa Scarlet part in a great way, like the Honeybee Inn, yeah. I'm also really looking forward to the Midgar raid. I don't think there's anything, there's really anything they could get wrong. Yeah, and they're obviously setting up to do more with it. With the, well, I guess Turk does, would it hurt it or help it to dive into, you know, deep ground and all that stuff? Because they obviously set it up in Remake and the DLC. Obvious big moments for me, definitely the return of Midgar. Yeah. The Omni Slash. I mean, here's where it gets like extra meta. Omni Slash, right? Are we gonna get like a literal, like the most literal definition of the Omni Slash, like in the sense of like Omni Cloud, Omni Sephiroth, Omni Aerith, like that whole like Omni thing that at least fans have sort of put onto it, but like it would kind of fits with the Omni references, yeah. Omni Slash, yeah. Well, it makes you just think of the name Omni Slash in a different way, right? Midgar felt weird and unfinished in Disc 2. I bet they'll massively expand it this time, for sure. Yeah. I'm not really worried about them ruining it with some huge deep ground tangent because they don't have the space. Yeah. I mean, there are so many potential set pieces. That's really the thing about part 3. So we have the first here. Well, maybe even second. You know, the Whirlwind Maze might be another one also. This is going to be a huge set piece. There's Whirlwind Maze, this sort of like the weapon attack on Mideel that leads to life stream sequence. That's another big set piece. There's a return to Midgar, huge set piece. The ending, huge set piece. The weapon attack on Midgar, huge set piece. There's like so many moments that like have opportunity for a big quote unquote set piece, you know? So I really wonder how they do all that. I think it'd be fun subs to see your chapter / location order theory for part 3. Yeah, we'll get into that at some point for sure. All right, so let's get into this. How do we think they'll do Knights of the Round? I don't know. I mean, I assume I assume like everyone else that they have to build it into the story in some way. And I also don't think it could be overdone. Although there's the I believe this is what the President Shinra statue that we essentially see in Remake in the Shinra building. Like they can't overdo it, in my opinion. Passage is prohibited. Esteemed colleagues and guests, are we all here? Behold the culprits responsible for plunging our world into chaos. You know they could definitely do this with the way that they demonized Avalanche in Remake, right? They already started this whole thing. Hey, voice extension, don't read like that. Well, I gotta read the dialogue. What are you talking about? What was I gonna say? Hey, what's up, Sonova? So what was I gonna say? So they've already set up the start of this, the whole like media manipulation. Barrett, who the hell are these people? Your miserable deaths will be broadcast nationwide for everyone to see. A question, Miss Scarlet. Why a public execution in this day and age? So I wonder how they're going to do, right? With the way that they've done costumes, including like, Cloud and the dress and everything. They're probably going to go extra hard with the Kate Sith posing as a reporter with this is gonna be like a big old body with the, big like coat on and stuff. Like they're going to do some crazy shit. Also, I'll just like preempt this by saying like one of the things that I keep thinking about is the stealing of the Highwind happens off screen in the original, as we'll see, right? And like we see people running around the town. At one point later on, we'll see Yuffie pretending to also be a reporter, which she did in Junon, right? So I think we might actually do the thing where they split the parties, and we might actually take over the Highwind ourselves, right? Like they may give us the opportunity. It seems like so in line with the way Remake tends to handle these moments, right? That they try to give you the opportunity to do a thing that you couldn't do in the original. So even though I think there is like a great value to how it's done here in the original, where you're in the perspective of Barrett and Tifa, and you don't really know what's going on, how you're going to get out of the situation, and you're on the gun, the big cannon on Junon, and you do the slap fight, and you're like, okay, where do we go now? And then suddenly the Highwind appears kind of out of nowhere. It's more of a surprise in the original. So they may lose that, but they give you the opportunity to actually like do the heist of the Highwind. That's why you'll see, I think of the title of this stream on both Twitch and YouTube, I called it the Highwind Heist. And it's in the thumbnail, right? So I think we're gonna potentially play through actually stealing the Highwind and getting to, I don't know if they'll actually have you in the Highwind as you get to Tifa. They'll probably still want to give you that moment of like Tifa running off the cannon to the Highwind, but that's like the general shape of what I think they could do with at least that portion of this whole sequence. Yeah, I'd be happy with either the Highwind showing up out of nowhere feels good, but being able to participate in it getting stolen would be cool too. Yeah. I'm kind of in two minds, right? Like, because I do love it just sort of showing up and you're like, oh, hell yeah, right? But I could definitely see them giving you the opportunity to steal it, and it could be in a really interesting sequence, especially to see Sid get into the Highwind, get that sort of like energy, Yuffie do her thing, Kate Sid do her thing. I can see them trying to make more of it. A question, Miss Scarlet. Why a public execution in this day and age? You're waiting for the Highwind crew management minigame? Yeah. It'd be like Dispatch. With that meteor in the sky, the public is in disarray. To restore order, we must bring justice to the criminals responsible, even if we have to invent some. Oh, wow. Wait, she just admits it? This is, by the way, the Shinra Archeology version, so it has like a more up-to-date translation. Interesting that she kind of admits it. Did she sort of admit it in the original, like even though we have to invent some? You make me sick. Maybe she does, because yeah, for Tifa to say that, just weird to say it on camera. yeah. They'd never admit it, but people love this kind of stuff. Yeah, this had to have happened. I just am blanking. There's some pretty crackpot theorists out there who believe the weapon will cradle Tifa and Gungaga and Sapphire. Oh, that cradled Tifa and Gungaga is Sapphire, and would deliberately free her from the torture room. Yeah, I kind of could see that, because like they've established a weapon sort of like looking after Tifa in some way already, or at least like using her in a way. I never saw that scene through that context, like the weapon outwardly like trying to save Tifa. I don't know what the dev intention was. I don't know if like Odie or Turk in chat has any insight from like seeing so much of the dev documents, but it didn't read to me when I played it. Like, I totally see how people get there. I just didn't read it that way. I thought it was just like a happy happenstance. Oh, it was just that somebody, like, people have like theorized, and I never really thought about it, but it kind of makes sense. I personally didn't see it this way, but I could see it. So I don't know if like the dev documents sort of like give insight into the intent, but the idea that the weapon shooting the hole in the gas chamber was like the weapons saving Tifa, which I never read it that way. I just read it as like a happy happenstance. Like after Junon shoots at the weapon, it shoots back, and one of the things hit the gas chamber, and so it just kind of works out. That's always kind of how I saw it. I wonder if Sephiroth will try to mess. They never commented on that particular scene, so it's open to interpretation. Got it. I wonder if Sephiroth will try to mess with the weapon that saves Tifa from the gas chamber and then gets its head blown off. Maybe Sephi appears to make it miss or something. I don't know. It's a cool theory, and I'd be down if they ran with it in round 3. In part 3. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, or remake 3. Round 3. It does sort of make sense with what they set up with her in Gengaga, right? The weapon clearly does something with Tifa, like targets her. So it's not out of the question, you know? Very cool. Let's begin with the girl. If you gotta start with someone, start with me. It's better thematically if it just happenstance, like you say, like how the planet weapons may feel about humanity. Just sinful hat prediction. Here's the thing, it does sort of make sense though. Like it does sort of make sense. I would rather it feel like it feels now, right? Where it's a bit open to interpretation, that people could see it that way. But, you know, it's not like, I mean, how would we really know? You know, would the weapon be like, Tifa? Like, you know, there would be no way for us to really know that, you know, that's what it's trying to do. So it'll probably just be open to interpretation like it is now. Oh my, make sure you're getting that cameraman. There's nothing better than a tearful goodbye. Sapphire weapon. Go now, Tifa. Be free, my friend. I'll hold them off. Yeah. What are you doing? Welcome to my special gas chamber. Do take your time dying. I wouldn't want you to miss out on any suffering. We know when the weapon flashes a thumbs up at Tifa after the blast. Yeah. Like, have you ever seen Buddy Christ? It's from, fuck, what movie is it from? Shit, what movie is this from? Dogma. Have you ever seen this? I'm sure you have. Shit. This browser. Wait. Here it is. Buddy Christ. Just a weapon throws Tifa one of these. After it blows the door open. After it blows open the hole in the gas chamber. Sapphire just gotcha. Stuck up harlot. Remember being disappointed as a kid that we didn't get a Sapphire weapon boss fight. I won't be surprised if we get one this time. Yeah, it's possible. I do love the way it just dies, though. I love the way it just gets fucking its head blown off. Now then, time to enjoy the show. Kya kya kya. Like, this is so good, right? It's like, there's a, you know, they're gonna get fucking executed live on TV. Then suddenly red alert, weapon attack in a minute, all military personnel prepared to engage. Oh no, a weapon. So suddenly it is chaos, just chaos. Everybody run. Just hold on. Damn it, of all the times. A question, Miss Scarlet. How are you feeling right now? Look at you, not running. I'm impressed. What was your question again? How am I feeling? And then, like, it's just gassing her. What the? Sleeping gas? That's some secret agent shit. Like, how fun will this be? This will be so fun. Not only will this be fun, but there will be outrage by certain YouTubers. What is this cartoon bullshit? Doing a sleeping gas on Scarlet? It is funny. It's fucking goofy. There are 2 gassings in this scene. I gotta forget. Yeah. I think it's so cool. It seems that what seems to be this room was in Rebirth. Oh, yeah. Well, kind of like in Junon, right? I want to know if this guard dropped the key intentionally and if they have it in the remake. Oh. Like someone in disguise. Oh, shit, let's mostly. Yeah. That's kind of a cool idea. That could be part of the... Like, that could be Yuffie. That could easily be Yuffie. Granted, I don't know how calm Yuffie would stay in Scarlet's presence, right? Like, she doesn't have a good track record of maintaining her cover around Scarlet. Marissa, I mean, Junon, so, Marissa, did you answer earlier, by the way, what your Twitch name was? Because calling you Marissa just sounds wrong, but I forgot what it was. But are you Farthers? I can't remember. So I was thinking, so in terms of like, if they started part 3 here, that's why initially, like before we found out that they were ending part 2, that they were ending Rebirth at the Forgotten Capital, I thought that they were going to go all the way up to Whirlwind Maze, partially because the Junon escape is an amazing, yeah, you were Farthers, okay. Because the Junon escape is an amazing opening set piece. It's incredible. It's like, especially if you get to control the heist of the Highwind, like making that a truly like interactive like engagement where you play through like taking over the Highwind, taking out, you know, Shinra troopers to get in there and like, you know, whatever you gotta do. Or the sort of like, you know, ninja, you know, hiding shit with Tifa, with Yuffie, whatever it is. You can make a whole thing out of like stealing the Highwind, Barrett trying to get free with his handcuffs, Tifa in the gas chamber. Like, there's so many moving parts for a really like interesting beginning to part 3. That's like action packed, similar to the raid on the reactor, the bombing mission at the start of OG FF7 and part 1 remake, which is something that was like Max was talking about on his big retrospective stream that we saw some of. At one point during that stream, he was talking about how like the beginning of remake and the beginning of OG FF7 is like, it's one of the best openings to a game, because the bombing mission itself is just so interesting and engaging. Like the bombing mission, like how the OG FF7 opens was why I really got into FF7. Like my uncle brought it over, we played it. That was the first thing I experienced. I never played a turn-based game. It was weird to me, like the way that the characters were standing like in sort of like a line and then facing the enemy, and then I gotta do menu commands to sort of make the hero hit the enemy. Like it was so odd to me, right? Like I'd only played like beat 'em up games and platformers, and I'm like, why can't the character just hit the guy? Why do I gotta do it through a menu? It felt weird to me. It felt like this weirdly archaic system because I never played a turn-based game before. So despite my almost like allergy to the way the combat system worked, I was just so wrapped up in the moment, in the bombing mission that I was like, I will do whatever this game wants me to do. I will figure out how to play this game because this is interesting. And like, that's a power of a really good opening. I think a similar thing is happening right now for so many people with Expedition 33, where that opening prologue, even though it's much quieter and it's a much like sadder sort of opening sequence, it's still fascinating and gripping and just pulls you into it. God of War 2018 has a like famous now opening to how that game opens. So a strong intro is incredibly important. And part 2, the Nibelheim flashback is good. I think for new players it's really great. For part 3, I'm hoping we have some of that juice. My new theory is that the third part is going to be called Final Fantasy VII Reeve, and that by defeating Destiny, the new timeline ends with everyone dying except Kate Sith and a box-storing final boss. Okay, Dan White, or Dan Whittle, whichever it is. I think you've cracked it. I think everyone now has to go follow Dan, because that's got to be it. Final Fantasy VII Reeve. The grand conclusion is definitely Kate Sith box-storing. That's the way to go. I think that's the way. I think that's the way to guarantee feeling of landing the plane on part 3. I mean, Kate Sith actually is fun. Like, his character is fun to control. Once you really figure out his kit in Rebirth, aside from the actual box drawing. And I don't even mind his like puzzle stuff. When you're the cat, when you're running around with the cat, I do kind of enjoy it. I do enjoy the venting, like going through the vents and everything. It's kind of like a cool way to traverse. It's just a box story, man. And the slowness of the Moogle, like the Moogle's so slow, it just makes it a little more, it just makes it really tedious to do that puzzle. Running around with the cat is fun, and rolling around with the cat, like when you're in cat form and you do the roll, like that's fun. Dude, K can be good as Tifa with stagger multiplayers. Yeah. Just takes more specific setup. Yeah, the Moogle Knuckle, especially. The Moogle Knuckle sets up like crazy stagger. Just like the Tifa punch. Hold on, I need to make Nightbot into a subscriber again. Gift the sub to Nightbot. Come on. Really? Come on. There it is. Because the emotes were not showing. Because it wasn't subbed. I assume that went through. Alright. I was Cloud Barrett Harris for as long as I could. My team was also Cloud Tifa Vincent at the end. He's way better than he had any rights to be, yeah. Why? Do you work for Shinra? I draw the line at capital punishment. Anyway, I cannot stand that woman. No, come on, we have to save Tifa. I'll keep edgy at the I'll keep edgy at the entrance? What does that mean? You fools, I've already flipped the switch. I'm sure it's some kind of like Scottish saying. Won't open. I love this shot, actually. I like the way like this whole thing is framed. It's a weapon. There's no end to their attacks. Can we fend it off? We'll have to. Permission to engage? You needn't ask. A blast from the cannon should be more than enough. Deploy all batteries. Begin training cannon. Target the weapon. Ree says it all the time. Oh man, I can't wait to see if they actually showed like the kind of like barriers, the walls. What are those called? Those sort of like protective plates go up and just like really shell the city, you know? Shutters, yeah, that's probably a better word. Preparation is complete. On my mark. Fire! I really seem to miss. Really hope they give us something a bit more concrete about how Reeve and Kaseth work. Yeah. The Inspire thing is still a mystery to me. Because there are times where it seems like Reeve is talking through the cat, but there also seems to be times where the cat is just completely just doing its thing. And that is how I understood Inspire to be, that it can act autonomously. But there are moments in Rebirth where the cat is like sleeping, because presumably Reeve isn't controlling it. So the rules of like when it's working on its own, when it's being controlled, are kind of unclear. Did we get it? I believe so, sir. It's heading right for us. Speed 50 knots. Weapon approaching. Impossible. We hit that thing dead on. Can we fire again? It'll take time to repair the cannon. And use conventional artillery to buy some time. Yes, sir. Deploy all batteries. Target the weapon. Don't let it reach ashore. Isn't that a part of Reeve is in each creation, so he's pulling back a part of himself? He needs to use all the brain power. I really don't know. Never seen a very good explanation of it. There's like one decent one on like I read it on Reddit actually. I like screenshot it years ago. It's like a Reddit description that they pulled from something, and it was the clearest description I've ever seen. And even then, he needs to solve a Rubik's Cube. This is gonna be so crazy. Unfortunately, they're probably gonna change the music, because they tend to do that. But this music's great. Have they used this track yet in Remake? I forget. Yes. Barry, help! Hold your breath, Tifa. Keep it as long as you can. Are you kidding? I'm not a free diver. I don't know. Rebirth is just kind of just a vacation with zero disguises by people who are wanted by the. There's maybe a few missing words there. I'm over stuff like how the Moogle robot works. And the other thing is, in Rebirth, when they just walk up, I always found it jarring in Junon when he gets to Junon for the first time, like off the ship. And you like, well, when you sneak up, and then you're suddenly behind the scenes with like all the Shinra troopers, you just walk through. You just walk right through it. You walk by the Highwind, there's like 100 Shinra troopers. Nobody recognizes the party as they walk by and get to Upper Junon. I forget if there's like any kind of explanation for it. Maybe they're all so caught up in getting ready for the parade, but it was weird. That was always weird to me. It was one of the rare occasions where the OG made more sense than Rebirth, yeah. Gas chamber must be locked from a different room. So if you got no choice, time for plan B. We start by getting out of this room. FF Remake still has that old school RPG logic, going with hyper-realistic graphics. Unironically love it, yeah. Rufus knew he said to leave the party alone. Don't worry, Tifa. I'm gonna go find a way to save you. Okay. Do I have any materia for Kaseth? No. He needs something. Healing. Swap. Healing, magnify. Don't really need too much. You don't get into too many fights here. That's the other thing. It's like you get into like obviously random battles, but you don't really get into too many fights in this section. I can imagine this will be much more full of like encounters. They may throw some kind of mini boss in here. Damn it! Now it's locked too. Nitwits to both of you. Now you'll never save her. Yeah. God damn it. Oh, geez. Guess it's time for Plan C. Let's get to the airport. Move your arse. The airport? You expect me to just leave Tifa here? Trust me, sometimes you just gotta roll the dice. Are there items and shit to get? What's this way? Oh yeah, here's Yuffie. I still don't know why they locked off the second floor of Nibelheim, you mean? Holy shit, 4,000 damage. I hope they have us go back to Shinra Manor and the elevator is disconnected to sign we have to find the secret staircase down. I could hope so. Listen, Dan, I don't know how many streams you've been in of mine, but it's a running meme how much I hate the elevator. I despise the elevator. It's such a lazy, shitty design choice compared to the staircase. I don't accept any of their excuses about the staircase and how apparently it's like the biggest programming challenge in the history of gaming to incorporate a spiral staircase. It makes no sense. I disagree with him. Stand against him. I damn near boycott the game. Excuse me, gentlemen. I can see you're in a hurry, but if I could just please... Damn. Damn, right, we're in a hurry. Make way and shut up. And then that's where Tifa goes, oh yeah, here it is. Please, not so loud, sir. You wouldn't want to piss off the amazing Yuffie. Yuffie? The hell are you doing here? So you kind of get a little bit of a sense, right, of like Yuffie's running around doing something undercover. That's what especially made me think of the opportunity to actually have you play through Yuffie running around in her sort of like spy form, helping get to the Highwind, right? I'll explain later, but gotta hurry to the airport. She was, I would presume, part of the party with like Sid and probably Vincent, trying to sort of like steal the Highwind. So you could potentially like play that sequence. So this turns into a moment, and that's what they do all the time with the Remake trilogy, right? They take little things like Yuffie in a reporter's outfit, seemingly undercover, doing some kind of, you know, hook and dagger shit, and they turn it into a giant thing, right? So I can definitely see them doing that. Watch a northern crater have an elevator instead of spiraling down. Jesus, lazy black dragon. But yes, they probably will. It didn't forgot Capital too. Look at this goofy boy who loved this weapon. He's the one that ate Tifa's ever undecided. Yeah. All right, so Yuffie joined us. Hold on real quick. I just want to check something. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Any like items, because I usually just run through this super quick. And I feel like I don't check everything. Awkwardly sharing the elevator with Genova Synthesis. Yeah. The elevator music plays. Yeah, I am leveled up. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wow, there was nothing that other direction? Where did 3 go? Oh, okay. Oh, there's no items or anything. Yeah, there really isn't. Okay. Oh, this weapon theme music in Rebirth? Oh, yeah, they did have this at the, when you wake up in Gongaga, right? They should at least have added a Mass Effect 1 style news broadcast on the way down where Cyberpunk Shinra adds. Imagine Barrett hearing Sid's voice shilling for Shinra or something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I end up watching too many of those, or watching those like Cyberpunk news broadcasts in the elevator is way too much. Yeah, running to the reactor in Gongaga, you had this music, yeah. The first time I heard this song in that moment in Gongaga, I lost my shit. It was just so good. I forget what happens if you don't have Yuffie at this point. I just assume she's not there. That's what I would assume. I don't think I've ever played this part without Yuffie though. We're fighting soldiers, right? Like it's a soldier, whatever class that was. So they could definitely recreate that. God, but now I want to watch that real quick. When that music kicked on in Rebirth, FF7, Rebirth, Chapter 9.
Going to
Right here.
Are you hearing this? It's coming from the reactor. We gotta check it out.
Build up. Yeah, from a deleted tag sequence, yeah.
The hell? Hey, you hear that?
Yeah, gotta be a wet.
Oh. Spur. Eye on her.
Barrett weirdly being like, the boys will handle it. Just to set up
Let's go.
the girls
You
only
guys
party
hold
later
down
that
the fort.
tears shit up.
The hell? You heard that?
What in the world is that?
Once. But perhaps now they preside over a new fate. Ours. And that's what you get for being.
This is a job for men. Yeah. That was one of the funny parts of the Final Fantasy Files conversation of that part. The girls kicked so much ass. Like when he first gets to the reactor, and then you have like Yuffie, like I was having like Yuffie duplicated in her clone mode, and then doing like the whirlwind thing at the same time. Tifa's doing like what's the attack where she like the star shower, And then Aerith's doing her shit. I was demolishing them. I was like, holy shit, the girls team is fucking cracked. Yo, you sure this is right? Looks like a dead end to me. So, and you kind of do get a bit of the Highwind ahead of time, right? Like, I proposed the idea of like witnessing stealing the Highwind. You kind of do get a bit of it, right? It's just like half done here. But this clearly sets up like taking the Highwind. Did we take a wrong turn? You damn cat, the hell do we do now? Except like now they're acting like they're confused. There's gonna be a battalion on us any second. Looks like we got one last battle to fight. Don't quit on me now, partner. And then I think from here, it cuts to Tifa. So we just don't see what happens here. So I can see them turning this into a big battle to take over the Highwind. And then you eventually go back and then you know, take control of Tifa, and then get caught up in her big escape, and maybe they make that even more elaborate. Still end with the slap fight that we see, and then her jumping on board, right? I was surprised he took it as a kid. It made me worried for Tifa. If you watch them steal it, it's less surprising later when she gets rescued, arguably. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. That like it could potentially remove the surprise, which does feel really cool. Easy peasy. Which switch to turn off the gas? She's kind of hunched over, like tired from the gas. Open, damn it. And here we go. Yeah, I totally agree. You said that about it being more of a surprise. Yeah, Oz. We talked about that earlier, that it's kind of a trade-off, right? But they've done that quite a bit already in the Remake trilogy, where it's like something that you didn't get to play the first time through, they let you play a little more directly, and then you just get shot in the face. It's so sick. Because like it did play as a surprise to me, right? You're at the edge, you're at the end of the cannon. You're like, what's gonna happen? Where do I go? R.I.P. buddy weapon. You're like, how do I get out of this mess? Like you said, you're much more anxious, right? Worried for Tifa. What's going on? Hey, open the door. First you left me in your freaky death chamber, now you want me out? Make up your mind. Fine, I'll pry it open myself. So by making it playable to sort of like do the heist on the Highwind, it definitely takes some of that mystery or that anxiety away a little bit. So I was saying earlier, like these soldiers bite it as they fall down. It's a bit of a trade-off, right? Like, I don't know how I feel exactly about it, but I could see them wanting to do the heist of the Highwind just because it would be hype. And if there's anything that the Remake trilogy has done, it is like followed the hype. Like whatever would be a hype moment, they let you experience it usually. Side note, Scarlett's VA does not get credit. She was so good in a bunch of other scenes. Yeah, she's been great. You hate her very instinctively. A lot of that is because of the voice performance. It should have to be so much more elaborate with Tifa's Climb. Oh, 100%. That's what all they've done is made all these things way more elaborate. Like this happens so fast. This happens so fast. It won't be nearly this fast. She might even be chased by soldiers as she's running down this and fights them off, and I can totally see him that kind of stuff. Pay no attention to the fact that canon has already been named. Yeah, because later, technically they call it the Sister Ray. Like, they decided to call it that later, right? A little game of tag ends here. That gas might have failed to kill you, but I doubt plummeting to the ocean surface will. Might even prove more thrilling to watch. There it is. Yes, although we make it sound as ambiguous as possible to save them face. Uppity till the end. Do we think they're dropping the name at the Game Awards then? I hope they're dropping a whole ass trailer. Forget the name. Like, I've seen so many predictions for Game Awards. It's like, so you think we'll get like 10 seconds of gameplay and a title drop? It's like, dude, it's the Game Awards. Like, you can't do a small reveal for the Game Awards, right? Like that, it works for a Final Fantasy VII anniversary event where you have like your audience, your fans tuned in, drooling for anything. They will suckle at anything that Square Enix throws them in that moment. So we got a couple walking sequences and a couple voice lines, and then suddenly like the title, and we're like, oh my god. But if you're at the Game Awards, God, I hope not a song performance. That was the worst choice to do at the Game Awards. The Game Awards, massive audience. Like, just in case people aren't like appreciating how huge the Game Awards is. The Game Awards. Audience viewership. 2025. So last year, oh, 2024, sorry. Last year, the Game Awards had a record viewership of 154 million live streams across all platforms. 154 million. So many people. Not just Final Fantasy fans, that's for sure. So you gotta show up. You're gonna be at the Game Awards in front of so many people. And I'm sure the 154 is like slightly, ballooned. There's probably some funny math here. But still, let's just say 100 million. Let's say it's 50 million off. 100 million people watching this event. You have that audience. It's a big audience. That's where you need to show Final Fantasy is really fucking cool, right? That's why I say you have to have like a gameplay trailer. Like, show some combat, show some action. That's why I thought doing the song, the No Promises song at the Game Awards was so stupid. Look, it was a nice song. It was beautiful. Da-da-da. Great for us, right? Beautiful for us. Lovely for fans. Oh my god, look, it's the Gold Saucer. They're going to have a song sequence. It's going to be so pretty and beautiful. But with that audience, you need to bring some hype. It's so many people who don't play FF7, and all you're doing is showing them a scene of a character singing to other characters, and there's no sense of like what this game is like as a game or an audience this big. So I personally thought No Promises was a mistake there. It was intercut with trailer footage, but the trailer footage during that stream was it was very much like slow story moments, right? Like, we can look this up. Hold on. Oh, Michael Madsen died? Shit. YouTube game. What can I get? Game Awards 2020. What was it? 2023? Let me just find the actual thing. Yeah, that might have been an old headline. Like, It's a Microsoft Edge. But he died already. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Golden Sun. And it started with my dad, right? He got
It's like right around here. No. I saw it. Oh wow, Expedition 33.
Life.
Oh no, it wasn't. That's Kazan, never mind. That's right here. So general audience, 140 million people, 150 million people.
This is a special one. It's written by one of the greatest video game composers of all time, the legendary Nobuo Uematsu. Here is the Game Awards Orchestra led by Lauren Balfe with lead vocals from Lauren Allred, debuting the theme song from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Enjoy.
So imagine yourself, you don't play Final Fantasy. Let's role play. In the spirit of a role-playing game, let's role play. You don't play Final Fantasy games. You loosely are aware of them. There's 16 of them. You don't know how they connect. You assume they all connect. You don't know shit. You play a lot of other story games, maybe, like a God of War, like a Last of Us, whatever it is. Other RPGs, maybe. So maybe you might have some interest in FF7. Let's see what they show you. And again, if this was a Final Fantasy show, right? If you were a Final Fantasy fan, anniversary event, they stream this, amazing, incredible. But just thinking of the audience that you're addressing here. Yeah, it's like when at the Oscars, when they perform songs from movies you haven't seen. Yeah. None of these characters or anybody that you know. I mean, Sephiroth, you recognize him. All right, it's a cute game. Seems like a cute game for bringing in non-believers. I think it works to a certain extent. Now, how about if they showed you this? State of play. This will be 3, 7. What if they showed you? No, not this one. Was this one September? Yeah. What if they showed this?
The world's ending. At least, that's what everyone's saying.
Something like this.
This sky, I don't like it.
Now, granted, something this big won't be ready for now. Like, it's too early for something this long, but...
Ready to fire, sir.
Welcome to the New World Order. Fire!
Hype music.
Just close your eyes and listen.
Oh wow, this world looks really beautiful to run around. Oh shit, this combat looks pretty sick.
It and everything on it.
Oh man, look at that.
We can overcome our fate.
Am I the same as these monsters? Am I even human?
Okay.
Mind you, at the Game Awards, you had a ballad. You had a very slow, lovely song.
Oh, Sephiroth. You see. So you heeded the call too, did you? What are you talking about? As you can see.
It's like, oh, you get a car. Oh, what are we doing with these big chickens? Oh, we're flying around in this game. We get that thing.
Finding Sephiroth.
Yeah, I ask because I suspect there's.
And they have like synergy attacks later. Oh, we fight a big snake. Look at all these enemies we fight. Holy shit! Look at that. Tag team moves.
On me.
Oh shit! You team up with that Sephiroth guy from Smash Bros. Wait, I thought they hated each other in Smash Bros. They fight together now? No doubt this type. I think both have their place. And the Game Awards, I think, was a great place for the song because of the celebration. Is it a celebration of gaming? Yes, sure. What is it really? It is a massive marketing event to sort of like get people hyped for like games that are coming out. It's like thematically it fits into the Game Awards, but in terms of like trying to sell to players, which clearly they haven't done well enough, you got to bring the heat at something where 150 million prospective buyers are like watching. I don't know, maybe my marketing background is coming through here, right? Where I'm just playing it a little bit harder. I'm not looking at it purely as a fan. I have like a slightly professional lens viewed on top of that, you know? I always thought that was a missed opportunity. I feel like the marketing is so strange with this series sometimes. A potential new fan might have found it cheesy. Yeah. If FF7 are financially successful. It's done okay. Remake sold pretty well. Rebirth, I think has sold better than people think. But I've shown this before, and this is like slight boomer energy, but FF7, PS1 commercials. You couldn't run this exact thing, but this is how they did it back in the day.
An evil empire is sucking the life force from the planet.
The cooler one is the second one. Hold on.
Beyond the edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship, a story of a love that can never be, and a hatred that always was. And now, the most anticipated epic adventure of the year will never come to a theater near you. Final Fantasy VII.
So somebody mentioned in chat, the PS1 commercials are only CG. Yes, but they play into that, right? Like the actual ad, you could conceivably see it as like an animated movie, right? Like, and they play into it by like, the most amazing action-packed, you know, adventure won't be coming to the theater near you. And it's like, it's a video game. A video game can look like this. This was groundbreaking at the time, right? So a lot of people who didn't play of games were captivated by this because it was like, what the fuck is this thing? Wait, games can look like this? What is going on? It's a totally different dynamic because like now games look, you know, all look amazing. But in terms of like framing it in a way that people who don't play these games can be like, what is that? It just did such a better job of that.
Always was.
They literally play into the whole like movie trailer voice guy. While the air is spoiling, yeah, it's crazy,
Story
right?
of war and friendship, a story of a love that can never be, and a hatred that always was.
Even the soundtrack sounds kind of Star Wars, right? Odie was gone.
And now, the most anticipated epic adventure of the year will never come to a theater near you. Final Fantasy VII.
There's fucking aura to how they did these. So, just such a big difference, I feel like. The landscape has changed 1,000,000%. I'm not disregarding that. It takes more to impress gamers, but the framing, right, of like, there's a thing you've never experienced or never would have assumed you could experience on a, you know, in a game. And so if you want to experience that, this Final Fantasy VII thing is the thing to play. Let's show 1 second of Lego Cloud and Wall Market at the end, yeah. I do love all the old ads. exclusively use the FMV cowards. I talked about that though, Odie, in terms of like, they play into that because it looks like an animated movie almost, right? And then they say like, it won't be coming to a theater near you. And so the rug pull of like this thing that you think you feel like you can understand, submit your resume subtext, they can't pay me enough, so. Anyway. Uppity till the end. Especially after all these layoffs, I'm good, Square Enix. I am good. We've come a long way from looking at the back cover of a game to buy it or not, yeah. I've been waiting for a little payback. Take this, you old hag. I didn't realize Tifa called her hag. Like Yuffie does, obviously. I wonder if she takes some of that from Yuffie. Oh, come on. Come on. No, come on. Nope. Oof, okay. This is the only unrealistic part. Tifa would, yeah, Tifa would break Scarlet's jaw in one punch. That is the funny thing about I've always thought that, is that Tifa is like a trained martial artist. A trained martial artist. So there was no shot. This is high res. This and high res is what we need in the trailer, yeah. What if that's the whole trailer? That's the slap sequence. You old hag! And then it cuts to FF7 returns. I hope any future DLC is revealed to Dirge of Cerberus. Yeah. Oh, how mortifying. Tifa suplex Scarlet. Yeah, Tifa would absolutely... Like, Scarlet would not be alive if they actually thought. What are you doing just standing here, Caesar? It'd be hilarious if Tifa just straights up, lays Scarlet out in one shot. Yeah. Yeah. I do wonder how they do it. I figure, like, the slap thing, she'll just be playing into whatever the moment is in a weird way. Did you guys see that, like, fan thing that I think some people thought was, like, AI, but it was actually, like, the person animated it. But it was, like, a CGI Scarlet Tifa fight. And I saw it on Prof Noctis's stream. And it was so over the top. Like, it just went on way too long. It got, like, bloody. I was like, there's no way Scarlet could hang with Tifa this way. It was way overdone in the way that, like, a fan film would be. But yeah, it's like they wouldn't do it like that. Show's over, sweetie. Resist, and I'll make sure they drop you. Yeah. Run. Tifa and Scarlet kiss at one point. Did they kiss? I don't remember that. There was a lot of, like, crazy sexual energy, though. Maybe we can have it so you resist. You have to resist the Scarlet, keep slapping her, and build a limit meter so you can just yeet her. Oh, that would be cool, Dan. Yeah. Like, I could see some kind of remixing. I think they'll want to keep the slap fight because, like, they know people want it. But they might do some kind of twist on it like that, right? Where maybe Scarlet's hitting her and Tifa's, like, holding it and then unleashes it, you know? What if Scarlet knows Jiu-Jitsu in part 3 and it's a boss fight? I don't know. She always just fights. She doesn't seem like a fighter, right? She constantly uses some kind of mech in both the DLC and then in Rebirth. She pilots some kind of mech. Yeah, this part was so cinematic in 1987. The jump and then her catching the rope is so cool. I'm guessing the slap battle will be Tifa riding a weapon versus Scarlet riding a mech. Wow. Really good. Like a sapphire weapon? Yeah, I would be really sad if there's no slap fight. I figure they have that vibe. I think they know people would be disappointed if it doesn't exist in some way. They've always been clever in figuring that out. Rather, they found a way to include pretty much everything they weren't sure was going to be included. I'll be interested to see if we get deaths for Heidegger and Scarlet. Yeah, and like the return to Midgar. The one that got slashed, a small one, but that's like a whale. They would have to get big to be up by the cannon. But you all right, Tifa? Yeah, Sheik's hurt a bit. But forget that. What's all this about? You can hear all the details later. All you need to know now is the Highwind's ours. A whole airship just for us. Yuffie. Can't. Gulp. Oof. Glad you're safe, Tifa. I think I'll stay up here a little longer. Also, we have Party Leader Tifa, which feels short-lived in the original, right? Because you basically go straight to Mideel, and then she stays with Cloud, which makes sense. It makes sense for Tifa to stay with Cloud. She totally would stay with Cloud. He gets so little time with Tifa as the party leader. And I would like a little bit of a, even if it's like a single chapter, just like a chapter with her at the lead, and a little bit of character development of her like in a leadership role. And she's actually really interesting for a leadership role because, and they've established this big time in the first two games, she is so indecisive, right? She does have a tendency to be a bit indecisive and like not sort of like demands, you know, what she wants. You know, she talks in Nibelheim about being a bit of a people pleaser. So to see her in a leadership role would be interesting. Now they've definitely established Barrett as sort of like being more of a leader, like in the beginning of Remake. You know, he definitely has like leader vibe. So I can see him like having a leader role. But in terms of like, I think character control, they will want to give fans a moment of like controlling Tifa. I feel like she's more of the player character vibe than like running around as Barrett, even though we have done that a couple of times. In fact, have we ever had any sequence other than the trial, the Tifa trial, where we have only controlled, where we have like controlled Tifa? You can see, I don't think we have, aside from that, aside from the trial in the Temple of the Ancients. Guide Neo Tifa, oh yeah, technically yes, and was still Soul. You can run around with her. You control Tifa and Gaga for that short period. And the girls trip, you are the lead, she is the lead. Yeah. Okay, so we've had a couple moments. Had a little bit more time with Barrett and Nanaki in part 3. Yeah. I bet they'll just let you choose whoever you want to be the leader for a while. We're breaking up the party and doing Magnus weapon stuff parallel. Seems like they're escalating to that. The drum in Chapter 7 of Remake. You're right. Yeah, she was kind of like the leader in the dungeon in the drum in Chapter 17. So I'm pretty sure she was the leader. And I don't think you could swap. I think Aerith ran with you. But I'm pretty sure Tifa was like the party leader. Okay, so another really interesting thing is this dialogue. I've shown this before on stream for my other playthrough, but this relates to Cid's character. So we've talked about this a lot before. Everybody has talked about this a lot before. Like, oh, Cid, they really nerfed him. He's not sort of like the asshole that he's supposed to be. Isn't Cid just an asshole? Isn't that his whole character? And this NPC is interesting. I haven't seen the Shinra Archeology version of this dialogue, so maybe it'll prove me wrong, but hey, their hands are pretty full at the moment, so you'll have to excuse me. I just wanted to chat. Let's see. Oh, you want to hear about our mutiny? So again, talking about the Highwind heist in a way, he goes into a description about it a little bit. Do tell. Us Highwind crew had it pretty bad under Heidegger. He drove us like slaves day after day. Whenever he got told off by the president, he'd turn around and Hello? Oh, that was weird. My mic cut out for a second. Whenever he got told off by the president, he'd turn around and take it out on us. But we all put up with it. Even when his fists came out, we stayed patient. After all, we'd finally managed to become crew members of the Highwinds. We weren't about to throw all that away. Also, yes, hopefully this is the Shinra or the Midgar 7. Is that what they're called? Hopefully the Highwind, hopefully that crew from Junon is the Highwind crew. I would prefer them to be the Highwind crew only because you spend a lot more time with them. But I know people have talked about that for the submarine also, which does kind of make sense. But that all changed one day, a week ago, if I'm not mistaken. We were manning a flight to the Great Northern Cavity. So now this is taking us back to the Whirlwind Maze and the escape from the Whirlwind Maze. Why not both? Yeah, maybe. After arriving, all the top brass got out. President Rufus, Director Scarlet, everyone. But not long after, they piled back on board, this time with a few new faces. And who should I see among them but Captain Sid, the legendary pilot himself. He was looking around the ship, taking things in with an air of nostalgia. Suddenly he stopped and started talking to me and the crew. So again, this is Sid. I couldn't believe my luck. I was practically choking with gratitude. He was every bit as kind and warm-hearted as I'd heard. I couldn't believe my luck. I was practically choking with gratitude. He was every bit as kind and warm-hearted as I'd heard. So not only was Sid kind and warm-hearted, but this was sort of like the vibe people, like the word going around about Sid, as I'd heard. Like, he was every bit as kind and as warm-hearted as I'd heard. Like, this was the sort of like gossip about Sid, right? So yes, the Rebirth itself isn't too far off, right? I understand why Rebirth Sid feels off. It felt off to me too. Don't get me wrong, it felt off to me too. Because first impressions are so powerful. When you first meet Sid in the original, he's having a really shitty day. Rufus is going to show up at Rocket Town. He's like mentally prepping for, okay, he talks about this. He's like, I'm gonna try to get the space program going again. And Rufus is coming to town. Boss is coming to town. I'm gonna get this shit going again, right? Hopefully he comes in and he starts the program up again. Like he's working on the ship, thinking about his dream being gone. Like he's on edge that day. And so when he's around Shira, he's like triggered because he blames her for what happened. And so he's short with her and kind of a dick to her. And then similarly, he's just kind of amped up for that day. So we meet him on a... Hello. Oh, there we go. Why is the wire being stupid? So we meet him in a day where he's rightfully, and he's around people that get him angry, right? So I'm hoping that we see that sort of like those extra sides of Sid when we get to Rocket Town, when he's in that element, when he's around Shira, when he's around the rocket, and he's reminded of like his shattered dreams. That's when that side of him comes out. And we've gotten some of that in Rebirth when he, tells Barrett, he corrects Barrett. Like Barrett says something at one point and then he says back to him, is like, and I don't take kindly to that tone of yours. And then when he's like telling them to like shut up as he's trying to land the tiny Bronco into the water, and when it crashes, you know, everyone's sort of like saying stuff, and like Sid kind of like gets annoyed and is like, everybody shut up, got a handle, da 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 da. So there's little bits of it, but it's not his entire character. Seemingly wasn't his entire character the entire game. He's a normal person with varying emotions. Yes, Sephiroth. No heavy loads. Like, he's a little bit, he throws barbs and whatnot. That we haven't gotten, hey, where's the fucking tea, you lazy woman? And so like, that's what we remember is one of the first things he says, and you're like, God damn, this guy's an asshole, fucking misogynist, like, holy shit. And that's what people have solely made his personality. But that is not solely his personality. Even as we play this game, we're gonna have plenty of interactions with Sid that when you see it another time through, you're gonna be like, oh, he's actually kind of pathetic here. He's kind of whatever here. He's like very, he's not this big personality at all times. Anyway, I just think there's more to Sid than just the Rocket Town Sid. Like, Rocket Town Sid has become the branding of like who Sid is, when it really isn't just that. But I get why people were looking for that. I was looking for that, right? We just haven't gotten him in that context. How far do they take it? Who knows? But when we played through Rocket Town earlier in this playthrough, there were those moments where you could see that he's not a pure dick. Even when he was like in the past, in the flashback, talking to Shara, he's like, hey, you're not stupid. I know you're not stupid. He's just very direct. All that stuff. Says a Subnext video. Said the misunderstood. Yeah, I've been banging on this for a while. People expected flanderized versions of the character, yeah. He may have helped Hojo get to the northern continent to meet Gas as a teenager. Oh, shit. FF7 is known for pretty complex characters, so I'm not sure why people don't expect more depth in Part 3. People still refuse to let the masters cook. Look, I do get, right? Like, Sid is a certain way in people's minds. You're kind of excited by that, right? He is the edgy character. He's the one who smokes. He's the one who curses. Like, he fits a caricature and a stereotype that's kind of exciting in a story that's like, you know, in a story where the cast is very likable. He has a bit more edge to him, right? And so that makes him naturally a bit more interesting and distinct from the other characters. So people were looking for and hoping for that dynamic in Remake. So I mean in Rebirth, so I get that. But it's not his whole character. I refuse to think Nojima's written two side novels and not been thinking about the story for decades, yeah. Captain Sid said if the Highwind were his journey would be a cinch. What journey, we asked? The journey to save the planet, he said. I couldn't believe my ears. My heart was set ablaze. So we decided to help him. So that might have been part of like Sid's charm, right? Sid may have been charming them in that moment because he was trying to steal the Highwind, right? When we got back to Junon after the Great Northern Cavity, I started screaming, fire, fire! We took advantage of the chaos, me and Captain Sid and the rest of the crew, and managed to steal the airship from Shinra. And that's the story of our mutiny, just a humble little rebellion against our corporate overlords. I love this story. I love the story in general. It's super interesting. You get a little bit of insight into Sid. You understand what happens after the Whirlwind Maze, how they took over the Highwind. I don't think they'll leave all of this to like some NPC exposition. We'll probably get some kind of way to experience this. Only snag was, Hugh and Barrett got captured by Heidegger. After 7 days of watching and waiting, we finally saw an opening. Our rescue mission succeeded. I'm so happy to see you safe and sound. That ended up being quite a long story. I appreciate you listening to it all. So much material there for them to work with. Check out the Chocobo stables. It's so lonely in here. Won't you bring a Chocobo on board? Oh Jesus, why did I ask? I know how to do it. All right, cool. Let's save. Is he the middle management guy from the train? Yeah. Excuse me, ma'am. Captain Sid's waiting to speak with you. What if middle management guy is also part of the mutiny, part of the crew? I know he's not like an airman or anything, but he is a character that I can see them wanting to incorporating in some funny way like that. Damn it! Why don't you tell me we had an airship from the start? I thought Tifa was gone for good. Sorry about that. I had to keep the baddies fooled. We've also been expanding more about how not all of Shinra is bad, and so this would be just another way of continuing to expand on that with the crew. Yeah, it's Sephiroth. Oh no, they're not going to put Kyrie on the ship, are they? They might. They very much might. No, come on, everyone's waiting. Everyone? So they're all here? So I do love, I know we talked about this earlier, and Oz mentioned it earlier, the element of like surprise around the ship. How exciting that is, like how exciting it is to show it up in that moment and like, oh shit, here we go. And then Tifa being like, and Tifa and Barrett both being like, oh, we didn't know this is going on at all. And it's like, everyone's here, how exciting, right? There is something to that dynamic, but if I were to bet money, knowing the way that they've expanded everything and like made things that weren't playable, and just expanding everything, I feel like they will make some of this Highwind heist a playable sequence. You will see some of this. Welcome to my airship, the Highwind. Madam M massage parlor on board next to the Chocobo's table. What gives? Thought you'd be more impressed. Sid. Oh, right. We're a little short-staffed. Why the long face? Because Cloud's not here. I wonder if we're still strong enough without Cloud. You think we can save the planet on our own? That meteor is getting closer and closer, and the weapons are wreaking havoc everywhere. What do we even do at a time like this? I've got no idea. None. Don't talk like that, Tifa. We'll figure this out together. There ain't no getting off of this train around. There ain't no getting off of this train around, baby. Not till it's reaching the end of the line. If only Cloud were here, he'd find a way to solve all this. Cloud. He'd stand there with that cocky little pose of his and say, "Everything's gonna be fine, Tifa." That's what he'd say. Come on. Why'd you get to be such a wimp, Tifa? Sorry, Barrett. I'm surprised with myself, too. Kind of a letdown, huh? Besides, Tifa, the guy we all thought was Cloud. Oh, this is Red 13. I know. Which is why I want to make sure I need to see him again. Stay strong, Tifa. I'm glad you're safe, Tifa. I swear Red had more dialogue. It's not like we're screwed without Cloud. We did just fine on our own back in the beginning, right? What happened to the strong Tifa I used to know? Yeah, I'm okay with it now. Bring back all the memorable NPCs and have them stay on the Highwind. Make it like the Normandy in Mass Effect 3, please. Oh, yeah, Jake. Yeah, I could totally see them having, like, Kyrie, Madam M, fucking Andrea. They'll probably have everyone in this damn Highwind. Leslie, and they'll have their side quests. We'll finally find Leslie's lost girlfriend. Give it a dog ending with the stamp theme, and I'm golden. Fingers crossed for getting an expanded Rocket Town segment with Armageddon style landing on Meteor, do it square. I'll put Gus on it. Yeah. They have tons of different dialogue depending on story progress. Oh, really? Oi, Tifa. Come to me if you're ever not sure what to do. I can leak you all sorts of helpful Shinra intel. Yeah, he's your snitch. Well, we're fine, just being flies on the wall, no need to talk to us. Yo, the hell are you doing? Alright, what's up, Sid? I never had any reason to dislike the guy. Gotta admit, though, he was a strange fella. Hey, what's up, JV Dragon? Just when he thought he was cool, he'd go and do something stupid. And just when it seemed like he had all the answers, he'd get stumped by something obvious. Yeah, that was Cloud. Oh my god, we gotta find Leslie's poor lost girlfriend. Yeah, we will. I think that will be a quest. They'll almost they've had it in Remake, they had it in Rebirth. We'll find his girlfriend. There'll be some meta related story to everything. They'll definitely be there. Qhimm member number 17 in the engine room. Yeah, I just want like a Qhimm in the engine room to occasionally have just remind Nanaki, aka Seto, remember your promise to us. That storyline had you hooked. I always forgot exactly the storyline for Leslie in Rebirth. Yeah, I forgot what his story was in Rebirth 2. He's with her in the novel, so they have to find her eventually. Oh, yeah. I still have to read. That's the Turks one, right? Or not Turks, but the Kids Are Alright. I have to read that one. I actually still haven't read that one. That's the one I haven't read. Oh, his girlfriend is trafficked. Yeah. Who even is Leslie? I know he is in the Remake and Rebirth. And yeah, he was in Kids Are Alright. That other book, which I do have. I just haven't read it yet. I have read Traces too, yeah. I know he was in Corral Prison. I couldn't remember. He was like in the battle competition. He thought it might be for his girl. That's right. Yeah. The way he moved and talked never quite lined up. Did sussing out Cloud big time here, right? The way he moved and talked never quite lined up. I'm thinking back on it now. I guess I understand why. Anyway, still alive long enough, and I'm sure you're bound to meet again. Chin up, kid. Meet again? Yeah, we will. All we gotta do is find that spiky-haired dork. Then we can jet on to see him. Oh, here's our Red 13 has that. I've been thinking. When the ground caved in, I'm gonna do the deeper red voice, fuck it. When the ground caved in at the northern crater up north, what if Cloud got sucked down even further beneath the surface? Down below the earth? You mean into the Lifestream? Right. The Lifestream course is just below the ocean, and from time to time, it'll actually break through the sea floor. Like we've seen in Redor and Ever Crisis. I remember hearing about a place that sometimes happens with Lifestream bubbles up to the surface. Easy to thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you so much. Where the Lifestream bubbles up to the surface. You gonna tell us where it is? Maybe. Just maybe. Cloud bubbled up with it. Where's it at? Stay strong, Tifa. Oh, Jesus. I mean, I know where it is, but I'm pretending that I don't know where it is. Where am I supposed to go? They really don't tell you, do they? I guess he kind of hinted at it there, but... Sorry, Tifa, gotta train this numbskull how to land the ship. My grandpa told me that in between gaslighting me about my dad. Quit moaning, son. I'll be with you in a minute. Oh, Tifa, one more thing. Whatever you decide to do, preparation's a must. You should head on over to the operation room and get things ready. Okay, fuck. This part will be epic in part 3, where instead of having no idea where to go, you'll get a Mideel waypoint. Yeah, there'll be a big fucking arrow in the sky. And if you go in the wrong direction in the Highwind, you get that warning. Wrong direction warning. I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much. Granted, that was pretty much just Remake. But I hated that in Remake. Like in Remake, anytime you started to go anywhere off the golden path, it was like, warning, warning. Like, I'll never forget the most egregious example was in the opening chapter of Remake, in the bombing mission, when when Jessie stops by that ladder, and you know that's where she stays, and you have to go down the ladder. There was like a walkway next to you, and as any gamer, but especially an RPG gamer, you go explore everything. Maybe there's an item down there. I don't know. Starts to go walk down that, like, it's a single, like, long, you know, stretch. Not that far. It's not that far. As soon as you start walking down it, danger, Will Robinson. Like, what the? It just doesn't let you. Like, what the hell? Thanks for your hard work, Tifa. All right, we'll bring Barrett. Vincent? Vincenzo? I think it's Vincenzo time. Oh, by the way, ma'am, if you ever need a refresher on where you're ought to be headed, feel free to take a gander at the map on the monitor over there. I've never done that in my life. Let's save. Store. Oh, that's new, Odie? View the map. Oh, is it Odie original? This is new, I added it. Got it. Current objective, locate cloud. Oh, handy. Oh, handy. You practically dropped pinpoints on this. You didn't put it over Mideel, so credit there. Because the map was hidden in the background layers and I want to use it for something. Got it. So everyone, this is a new addition to the Shinra Archeology mod where you can check this out. Oh shit. Okay. I gotta set up. Oh yeah, equipment even. So do that. Oh shit. Setup materia. Barrett Healing Magnify, Comic Kajada, Odin, enemy skill. Let me move enemy skill to Vincent. It feels more fitting on Vincent. But their team also has Healing Magnify. Sure. If I have them, I'm gonna use them. Subversion, why not? Let's see. Cover might be nice. Helmet Arisen. Turbo. Dan, maybe the third part is actually the 9 remake, and 9 is a sequel to 7. It's set in a different world, We get Sephiroth instead of Necron and fix that terrible twist. Holy shit. Yeah, you're going level 10. If you remember the remake levels that Max came up with, level 10. That's where you're cooking with. Syria. No, I just watched him with YouTube. Same here. Same here. How's Barrett's equipment? Yep, that's good. Diamond Bangle's really good, I feel like, right? War Armor's a little bit better. Doesn't have as many materia slots, though. I'm not using all of them. He's kind of a tank anyway. If anyone needs the Aurora, it might be Tifa. Is Tifa using all of her? She is. Also because she has the work gloves that have no... They're super strong. Keep that. Okay, I'm gonna just save again because you know how it is. Like after you format your materia, you never want to do it again. This didn't have loadouts either, people. Did not have loadouts. Dan, are you actually high? I've heard about a small island that's close to the live stream. Here we go. Apparently, it sometimes bursts to the surface there. Yeah, Seto told me once when I was little. Sorry, I don't remember more, Tifa. There was a version of that dialogue I could have swore I saw. It may have been just a localization thing. Like the Shinra Arch may have like just made it a little more or a little less obvious, but there's some version of the game where it's like an island to the southeast. Like it says it a little more directly. I mean, you did happen to see Nojima's most recent tarot card tweet a couple hours ago. It's probably just a coincidence, but I have not seen the tarot card tweet. His tweets are all over the place. I don't really take much from Nojima's tweets. Tweets like a crazy person. There's a lot of hints you can get. This is almost I get about this in almost every location. Oh, really? Let's run around to a couple places then. But yeah, let's check out this Nojima. Oh, what is his Twitter handle again? I'm sure Schrodinger's Baby Seal has like retweeted him not too long ago. Because I follow him, but I can't remember his handle. Maybe I can Google it. Kazushige Nojima Twitter. Oh, SGWR1. That's what it is. You're saying there's a tarot card one? Okay, here we go. Major Arcana, the Fool. The beginning. Oh, shit. So he tweeted out Major Arcana, the Fool. So he shows the Fool tarot card. And it says, the beginning, freedom, infinite possibilities. The step taken without a map or plan is reckless, but serves as the key to opening up the world. The bag represents past. The white dog, intuition. White dog. What's the bag? Oh, the bag. Bag and the white dog, okay. The cliff is a boundary and the gateway to adventure. Cliff. Embedded within the Major Arcana is the story of this fool, who as a traveler encounters the various people and events and finally arrives at number 21, the world. Okay. I mean, yeah, you can kind of like read into that in some way, in terms of like the open, the freedom, the possibilities, and stepping into a reckless plan at the end of Remake is like one way I could read that. Yeah, come on, that's way too on the nose. I don't put too much stock in too many of his tweets personally, but because he also tweets stuff about like, oh, my wife and I got dinner and I had a dream where she cut me. And I'm like, okay, oh fuck, is that like just a strange moment that you had, or is that related to any kind of story? Like, what are we doing here? Oh boy, oh gosh, oh geez, here we go. And then Jim's the best. Here we go, baby. Here we go, people. Look at this. Look at this mod. That was such a good impression. I don't know if you're referring to a real tweet. Check this bad boy out. Zoomed in. You got the lady painted on the side. All right. Should we check out some locations? Let's see if Junon has any. Oh, we just left Junon. We just escaped Junon. Maybe we shouldn't go to Junon. See if the weapon seller has anything for us. Back again, huh? Well, I don't mind. All the weapons you see here made by me, though lately I've been having trouble getting materials. Do you know about my friend Cloud? No? Okay. You weren't programmed for that. Gingaga? Gongaga. Let's go to Gongaga. I wonder if this theme will sound more dark in part 3. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. They'll have like a downer world music. Gives you a lore dump about ancient materia, but has nothing to say about the giant flaming rock in the sky. I mean, I'll take lore about ancient materia. Sounds kind of sick. Fuck. I gotta fight these level 1 enemies. I'm just talking about the Gongaga thing in the last Elixir videos. I don't know what's going on with you, Turk and Odie. That Gongaga pronunciation is really a choice. Hopefully they'll go back and patch Rebirth to have the characters pronounce Gongaga more accurately, yeah. Especially Zack. Patch Crisis Core also. Bannera for Benora. Modioheim. What is the thing that Max has for Junon? Is this like Junion? Junion? Mako, yeah, from Mako to Mako. Lost your way, have you? Finding the companion you cherish more than anything. That's your #1 priority. Oh, the cherish language. The cherish language. Livestream? Never heard of it. Workings of the Cosmos. I've got no time for stuff like that. These are complex questions. Why don't you try asking Bugenhagen? Asking Bugenhagen will be a good idea. Let's go to Cosmic Canyon. Let's talk to Zach's parents. You guys over it yet? You sure you never met anyone in Soldier named Zach? think he hasn't contacted us in 10 whole years. Yeah, the graveyard lady is really, really wise. Like the person you cherish. No, I don't want to shop. Tell me the gossip. I already know that. Alright. Let's go Cosmo. How about this guy? I'm a traveling salesman making my way around the world. I heard a rumor there was a materia very near here with the power to shake the very earth. So I came looking for it. I already picked that up. I already got it. That's the kind of guy I am, going where the wind takes me. But there are times I miss my family so much it hurts. Which is why I have a favor to ask of you. I'd like you to deliver a letter to my beloved wife. You think you could do that for me? You can find her living in Qhimm. Oh, really? I really appreciate this. Letter to wife key item? Was this always there? Because truthfully, every time like we got the Highwind, I just went to Mideel. I never really ran around. I would shake the earth. It's the Titan materia I'm pretty sure he's talking about. Is this new or was that always there? Broden, is that you? I never went anywhere. I just pretty much went to Mideel, so I genuinely don't even know. I mean, you guys got the NPC model from somewhere, I assume. Let's go to Qhimm, though. So I want to do that. Oh, it's the Temple of the Ancients. Fort Condor. That was new. Okay. Was there an item somewhere, like in the game files, that you turned that into, and... Land. I'm sorry, Cloud. Wife needs a letter. Oh, you're looking for a friend? Trying to find where the live stream lets out? Can't say I know anything about your friend, but I have heard a thing or two about the live stream. Back when I was traveling the islands down south, I came into the care of a certain doctor. I recall him once mentioning something about the live stream. So one points you to like going south. Range a kill now. Good. How to find this wife? We did a last holistic segment about it in a video 4 Productions did. Oh, really? About this letter specifically? I know you guys did that video. I haven't seen it yet. As long as we go to Midgar, we should be safe, even if that meteor falls. After all, it's the city of Mako. I'm sure they'll manage something. You know which house this wife is? Oh wait, she looks sad and lonely. So that meteor's really falling, is it? Where should I stash my savings? No. Maybe I should just take it with me and run for the hills. Is that you then? I doubt there's anybody up here. There's a guy. The world was turned upside down. First that meteor blocking up the sky, now these giant monsters prowling around like they own the place. I am looking forward to the world. So many of my friends dead. Thinking of going on a journey to pray for their departed souls. Like, I'm very curious to see how the world responds, how characters in the world respond to the meteor, right? The guidebook, a map to the underground sunk along the foundered ship, the desert rose, a wasteland flower that blooms once a millennium, and the earth harp, a soothing instrument that calms the hearts of all who hear it. Is there anyone who can bring them to me? So you want me to grab all that shit for you? Gotcha. That is something that Max talked about at one point, where he was like, he was talking about the idea of like ending Rebirth in the Whirlwind Maze. He was like, well, it would be kind of weird because then that means meteors in the sky for the entirety of part 3. And he was like, the thing I hadn't considered is like if the whole world and everybody in it is like depressed as shit over the fact the world's ending, It would be such a bummer. Yeah, Jake Lloyd is saying it. It would be a bummer if all these NPCs were despondent in part 3. The remake series NPCs are very talky. But you can imagine if Meteor is on its way, that the vibe of people will be kind of like the Zack world, right? Where everyone is like just assuming they don't have any time, time's running out, they're gonna die. 120 hours of wailing NPCs. Where's this wife at? Is this you? Is that you? As if that meteor falling wasn't bad enough, now we've got these massive monsters prowling around. Is that you? Oh well, status is part of the story, damn. Well, maybe the Australian YouTuber will be happy because he'd be like, oh shit, it's dark. It's so dark, it's finally dark. Final Fantasy VII is finally dark as it should be. You've gone in every house but the correct one. Well, you're not helping, are you, Odie? I know it's not this one, but at this point, I'm just curious what people are saying. We heard some airship carrying top secret weapons, got shot down by a flying weapon. All right, nothing here. All right. Hey, I got a letter for you. Oh, you brought a letter from my husband? He's a sweet man, but business always keeps him abroad. If only he'd gotten a job at Shinra. With that meteor getting closer day by day, I wish he'd just come home. Well, it's nice to meet people so generous at a time like this. Please have these. Hero drinks. Nice. Is definitely going to be a very different vibe. Yeah. Imagine people were just like dancing. All right. Oh shit. I do want to go to Cosmo Canyon. It's on the other continent, right? No. It's on the first continent. Because we get him before we get on the boat. Right? More south? Am I tripping? That's Mideel. So how would he be still so? Because we get him at Midgard, duh. I'm an idiot. I'm like, oh, but we didn't get. How did we have Red 13 on the boat? That means he has to be on the first continent. It's like we got him in Midgard. You dumbass. Oh, hold on. I want red. Just in case there's unique dialogue. Oh, it's you. Things have taken quite a dark turn, haven't they? A baleful star hangs in the heavens. The children are so terrified they won't even venture outside. I wouldn't want to gaze upon it either. Okay, let me talk to your boss. Boom, 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 boom. Huh. Huh. Oh shit. It's the wrong way. Let's see, what is Bugenhagen now? Where are you at? Here you are. Ho ho ho! Is that what I'd like? Is that what I'd like to say? Is what I like to say. But there's no time for laughing. The planet's demise draws closer every day. Say, where's Cloud? Wasn't he part of your group? That's why we're here. Cloud, he... So and then he fell in the hole, and I see. Cloud. It's true that there are places where the life stream gathers, but almost all of them are deep below the ocean's surface where no human can reach. Oh, fuck. There is one exception, however. An island far to the south. You might just found an outlet there. What was it called again? Alas, I cannot remember. It's been years since I left the Vale. Reunited. Thanks for the follow. Odie, is there any other... So now I've like gone around, checked some cities out, talked to some people. Similar to the letter in Gongaga, is there any other really cool side quest things to check out before I go to Mideel? You can visit Priscilla. Oh, okay. There's no point in having him there. Gotta go Junon. Priscilla. Are you down here or are you in your house? You're in your house. Man, I love the way that they made under Junon. They did it really well in Rebirth. Who is it? Oh. At least knock when you're entering a lady's room. At least knock when you're... Okay. Is that it? I think let's just do this earlier. But... Who is it? Oh, it's just the same dialogue. I swear she had text, huh? I wonder if I like didn't I feel like you could have triggered that earlier in the game, and maybe because I didn't, it didn't give me the good stuff. I don't know. Oh, Cloud missing, yeah. All right, I guess I can go to Mideel. I was like half tempted to check Costa del Sol also. Just because the vibe is there. It's interesting. Last town that we'll check. We're no longer giving out tourist info here. No, really. I heard the gold clusters closed down as well. Even so, I talked to a ton of visitors who are stoked about the meteor. I just don't get it. You have anything for me? I try to improve my skill of speaking, but large rock and sky makes tasks difficult. For you as well. Yes? Donnie! I proposed to her, right in the middle of all that meteor business. Oh my god! Could you imagine Johnny with that like girl that was obsessed with him. If in part 3, like he had proposed to her during the meteor thing, and he'd go back and he'd talk to him. Who cares? The world's about to end. You don't really think straight. I'm so happy. I know they weren't like really a thing, right? She was more obsessed with him than I can't remember if he was reciprocating. I just know that she was obsessed. Or was she the girlfriend? Maybe she was. I don't remember. And then like she was just jealous of Tifa. Oh, you need to talk to Priscilla's grandpa first. Oh, okay. That was funny though. I didn't expect that Johnny line. I kind of wanted to check Gold Saucer now too after they said that Gold Saucer was closed down. Wait, that was the right one. No, wrong one. I was about to say, I've gotten so lucky with no random encounters. Yoshio's gonna be a full-on boss. I'm still waiting for Tank Ceratops. I'm still waiting for Tank Ceratops. God damn it. Hold on, check something on my phone. Wait, Junon. Not. Damn it. What was I thinking? Well, now while I'm here. I want to check Gold Saucer because they said the Gold Saucer was closed. What's this supposed to say? The Gold Saucer is closed down. You can still use the ropeway, but there's no point going. Okay. That'd be lame. I'll probably go and they'd be like, sorry, you can't go in. Alright. That's the grandpa first, okay. I nearly fell down with fright when I saw that weapon. Apparently someone managed to take down the big beast, but I heard a Shinra trooper saying there's still 4 more. This is the grandpa, right, Odie? Oh no, maybe this guy? If that meteor keeps falling, it won't just be the fish we lose, the whole ocean will be gone. Oh, maybe this guy. What's that? Cloud's gone missing. We were at the Great Northern Cavity. He probably fell into Lifestream. Would you happen to know any place that Lifestream runs through? Cloud might have been swept away somewhere. Huh? The what now and the where now? Sorry, miss, I just ain't following. Is he Bugenhagen? Though, now that you mention it, I remember Priscilla once saying something about a life, what's it? There we go. Now we triggered it. Who is it? The live stream? Yeah, I know a place. It's where Mr. Dolphin goes to play. There's 3 claw-shaped islands south of the mainland. I've heard the live stream runs beneath them. Runs just beneath them. Damn. This kid knows so much. He talking to the dolphin? Is the dolphin like telling her this description? What the fuck? Is the dolphin secretly like a Red 13 that can speak? But what are you so interested in all that for? It's Cloud. We were at the Great Northern Cavity when he fell into the live stream. He's been missing ever since. Cloud? You gotta hurry up and save him. He means so much to me. Hyper-specific directions from this kid. Relate to her by a dolphin. That's why I love Final Fantasy VII. Because it's goofy as shit. Does Gilgamesh appear again? I would imagine there could be something with him, right? Like, if you're just a one-time thing, you can see it being a one-time, a kind of a one-time thing, right? But I feel like they've made everything recurring. You know, Kyrie and everyone. So I assume they'll have him. Mideel. It's funny, there's so many NPCs about to where to go, but all players will just immediately take the Highwind to places they couldn't get to before anyway and miss it. Yeah. Yeah, man, I feel like I missed it. Speaking of missing it. Oh, isn't that the Knights of the Round Island? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I'll have to get the gold chocobo later. Shit. What's too far? Ah, here it is. That parking job. All right, y'all. Here we go. Mideel. Holy pretty lass. This here's Mideel, a quiet little hot springs town. Just a perfect place for an old geezer like me to spend his days in peace. And peace is hard to come by these days. I hear it's a real madhouse out there, but Mideel's nice and quiet as ever. Imagine a game with Rebirth quality, but with a flying massive vehicle as well. Game of the year. This crazy lady. I can't wait for this crazy lady to be running around every damn shop in Mideel. So that fat red moon's fixing to fall on us, huh? This ain't no joke. I better buy up what I need while time's still left. Move it, turkeys. You heard me scoop. Cash for goods. Problem is, what a lovely lady right there. Nothing left. Okay. What do you got? Oh, shit. I actually do need Phoenix Downs. Shit. So Lady Greens are only for chocobos only and not humans. Yeah. Wow! We've got discounts deeper than an ocean trench, weapons and armor you won't find anywhere else, but don't drag your feet. It's first come, first served. Come on now, don't just window shop. Get in and get buying. Just don't ask what possessed my husband to set up shop here. You'd have an easier time selling watches to fish, matches to fish. Hello there. Yeah, Medieval's pretty Mideel, not medieval. Medeel's pretty goofy. Pretty goofy. A Winchester? Hell yeah. Crystal bangle. Going broke. Damn it. Yeah, can you trigger the door dialogue with her? It won't budge. Maybe it's locked. Oh no, only with Sid. You again. Don't tell me you're y'all are stocking up too. Then find your own shop. I got dibs on everything here. You won't believe how much I've scrimped, scraped, and saved, and all in preparation for a day like this. Move it, turkeys! You heard me? Scoot. God, a certain person is going to hate this character so much. You all know. Now there's a fresh face. You a visitor? How are things going on the outside? Between the earthquakes and the meteor, I'm 9/10 convinced the world's about to end. Doom and gloom, I say. What a nasty world this is. Subtext, do you have any idea on how they can implement Vincent's limit breaks? Do you think they'll completely change it, or they maintain the whole transformation thing? I would assume that they have to maintain that, right? It's so fundamental to who the character is. So, in so many ways, I feel like when you fight against Galleon Beast, it's kind of a preview where I think you will play in that monster form. You'll basically be a controllable summon, I think is how they'll do it. That's what I've heard. Other people speculate, and it's really the only thing that makes sense to me. Like, if he just transforms and then acts like a regular summon, where it moves autonomously, does its own thing, it's sort of not as special. But I don't know how you balance a controllable summon. But you can do the door with Tifa, you just need the key. Got it. I forget where you get the key. It's like upstairs, right? On like a floorboard. Like over here. Somewhere. Didn't Kato's the live stream sequence 2, pulling up an Odeon Switch while reading Nietzsche outside his house. Outside this house. Okay. You're saying any second that giant rock in the sky could come crashing down on us? Come on. You sure you're not pulling my leg? Still don't believe it. How could this happen? Prehistoric weapons? The end of the world? Get out of here with that malarkey. I'm gonna live to be 100. Still a million things left for me to do. I'm only just getting started. I have a lot of faith in Endo to put together a great evolution of the combat system he set after Rebirth was released. He aims to give players more freedom. Where the hell's Shinra? They're soldiers anyway. Bunch of deadbeats if you ask me. I may just look like a beautiful housemaid, but I also sell accessories on the side. Trust me, you won't find finer products anywhere. So, how about it? Want to browse? I don't have any money, but I will be back. Thanks a heap. Forgot how you trigger the key. Hey, you there, want to hear a little secret? I saw something, a beautiful green stone buried in the down of that penny pincher's choco chick. It's got some sort of priceless jewel, I tell you. What a shame to see it wasted on Chocobo. Oh, right here. I think. Huh? What's this? Looks like an old keys lodged inside. Tifa and the party obtains a completely, utterly, unquestionably useless beat-up old key. Let's go use it. So yeah, if anybody in chat hasn't seen this, also let me steal from this Chocobo if I can. Oh, and you see greens. All right, that old key we found. Let's give it a try. So everyone in chat, I don't think this actually relates to anything crazy with the worlds, but it is funny. It is funny that this was in here, and I could see them doing something with this. Remember, this is a game where they had the characters teleport into Fort Condor, the board game. They could do something kind of funny with this. They lean into this kind of shit all the time. So anyway, here goes. Oh, it's in. What the? Why is it so hard to turn? Shoot. The key snapped. Now it's stuck in there. Excuse me, is something the matter? Gulp. No, I was just... What do I do? I bluffed my way out of it. I gotta tell the truth. I'm sorry, I was forcing the key and it broke apart. Huh? You're trying to use a key? On that door? That's a good one. Huh? No wonder you couldn't open it. That's just a picture painted on the wall. What? You mean it's not a real door? It sure isn't. I put it there thinking it might be... I think it might feel neat. A mysterious door to another world. That kind of vibe. A mysterious door to another world. That kind of vibe. Sorry to have alarmed you. It's not much of an apology, but please take this. Really? That's very kind of you. Cursing. The writer of Chrono Trigger wrote this. Wow. Given the chance, I bet we all like to walk through a dream door like that. A dream door like that. The allure of another world and all. That's hilarious. It's strange, but I get the feeling you guys... It's strange, but I get the feeling you guys will make that happen somehow, but you'll succeed where I've failed. "30-year cook." The 30-year cook. The 30-year cook! So funny. Thank you, oddly specific NPC. Yeah. Actually, does he have greens? Because I need greens. No. I thought I really have enough money for greens. I'll do it later. Alright, let's go to Cloud. What's the matter? You all alone? You lost track of him, didn't you? Someone you love. Poor thing. About a week ago now, since he washed up on shore. Odd-looking lad, all that spiky hair. Yeah, poor kid. Speaking of odd, did you see that giant sword? He was clutching the thing for dear life. And those strange blue eyes. Whole thing feels kind of ominous to me. Huh? Hold on, what did you just say? Excuse me, that young man you were just talking about. Could you tell me more? Damn. The song. Is what's in the I'm excited to hear the new versions of these songs. I mean, this is the Gondola song, right? From Gold Saucer. So we already heard this through the fireworks or whatever it's called. Of course, one of the old villagers found him down at the shore. Could have been more than a week ago. Yep. Poor kid must have drifted for quite some time. I reckon he came from far away. Cloud? It has to be. You think so? Looks like you found him. Josh. This is gonna be very emotional. Yeah. We haven't even gotten to the part of seeing him in the wheelchair, which we did kind of experience in Rebirth. We did get Cloud in the wheelchair, but that man, is he safe? Where is he now? Sure, he's just up over yonder in that clinic up the hill. He's alive? Cloud? Cloud is alive? Cloud! Hey, Tifa! Man, this is gonna fuck some people up, right? Especially with the music going. Cloud? Easy now. I was half convinced that meteor had fallen. You storming in here like that. How can I help you, miss? I'm sorry, it's just... I heard a friend of mine is being cared for here. Friend? Oh, you must be that young man. Not to worry, he's right in the other room. But I should tell you, his condition... Next room, you said? Thanks for your help. Cloud? This is going to be devastating. Yeah. Cloud! Thank God you're safe. Huh? Cloud? Then yeah, just the devastation. Seeing Cloud like this. I think this segment, the one with Tifa, help you out Cloud, can be better than OG. And you know what's going to be going through your head, right? Not only the OG, but I think what's going to be going through most people's heads is the Gongaga scene, right? Like it's my turn to save you, you know? It's like now she's in a moment where Cloud is really in need of saving. Is the side effect gone? What do you mean by side effect? It could be, whatever you feel like is missing could be a mod thing. Oh, do you mean the sound effects? Yeah, I guess this mod may have taken it out. You can kind of hear some weird thing in the background, but... Cloud? What happened? You remember how Yuffie and Scarlet see the weapon core as huge materia? What consists materia again? Memory. What will happen if we dispatch weapon? Memory cores. Rushes of memory. That's kind of what happens with the Whisper Harbinger, right? Which people have seen as a bit of a weapon. See if getting your character development beefed up in a remake series will make the set even harder. Yeah. He's been Mako poisoned. Quite a severe case, I'm afraid. Your friend appears to have suffered prolonged exposure to intense levels of Mako energy. He likely doesn't understand who or where he is right now. Poor fellow can't even speak. The real him must be miles away from right now. And this does remind me, like, being away from, like, miles away. It does remind me of the catatonic sort of state that we see him in Rebirth, that we see Jesse's dad, where they're physically there, but their mind is seemingly, like, miles away, right? Xenogears. I wish I would know the reference. I have not played Xenogears. I know it's a sin. Yeah, I have not played Xenogears. Far, far away. Somewhere no one's ever been. All alone. But yeah, that's messed up. Cloud. We'll excuse ourselves for a moment. Would you two mind waiting outside with us? I gotta tell you, this guy picks up. His EQ is very high. He reads the room very well. There are some people in FF7 who don't read the room well. It's like, okay, let's give them a moment. How could this happen? Cloud, please, talk to me. Tell me you can see me. Tell me you can hear me. I wanted to believe in our memory together. That's why I came all this way. Now, this is too cruel. Oh, Cloud, I just realized I don't think I ever turned my 60 FPS mod back on. As long as you do that. So what's the deal, Doc? Give it to us straight. That guy, Cloud, you got any chance of recovering? As I mentioned before, your friend's been stricken with severe Mako poisoning. To be honest, I've never seen a case this bad. His brain must have been flooded with an immense amount of knowledge. Everything contained in the spiritual energy he has, he was exposed to. It's a miracle he survived. No ordinary human should have. The best part of part 3, yeah. Guess it's no surprise. Guy was flowing in the live stream for miles. But hope shines even in the darkest of places. He mustn't give up. Because if that beacon goes out, how will he ever find his way back? Okay, Zach. Dr. Zach, what the fuck? Hope, huh? Though, if I'm being honest with myself, do I really even want him to come back? What'd that guy ever do for this world? And what good would it do for us in the future? Damn, Barrett. Maybe he really is nothing more than Sephiroth's shadow. I do remember this dialogue. You just hearing it again is like, fuck. It's like just to see how far or how much of a split, like how removed Barrett feels from Cloud in this moment, which is understandable given everything Cloud has done. But when you think about him in Rebirth, he's fairly protective of Cloud, but he does reach a bit of a breaking point, right? Like when you're in the forest and Cloud is like, hey, I was traveling between worlds. Apparently there's a bunch of them. I don't think I can explain it. And then Barrett was like, well, it's fine because I don't think I'd want to hear it. You know, he's kind of done with Cloud's shit by that point in the story. To be fair, Cloud kind of doomed the world here. 100%. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, like, wow, it just shows you the split and shows you the storytelling thing they're doing. If like Rebirth, what they were really orienting around is the idea of bonds, right? And then seeing that bond be broken here. It makes sense, but it's kind of the thesis, antithesis, synthesis thing, right? Where it's like, we see the ends of the extremes, even in the relationships, you know? Something bothering you? Nah, forget about it. Everything all right? Yeah, I'm sorry to make you worry. There's something I want to say to you all. Maybe Odie can elaborate further, but the Sephiroth shadow lines from Barrett or from a prior draft with the removed plot point, they forgot to cut some lines. I think they mentioned Sephiroth's copy in the localization, but the shadow thing I think is like a restored thing. What I wanted to talk to you all about is Cloud. I want to stay by his side. Yeah, I can see how that'd be best. For Cloud and yourself. Oh, I watched a video on it in a prior stream. Did I? I don't remember shit. Do as you see fit. Sorry, guys. I'm leaving you in the lurch like this. Ain't no need to apologize. We'll stop by and check in. Take good care of Cloud for us. Right. Oh, and Tifa? Sorry to ask right now, but... You sure this guy's really the Cloud you grew up with? All that Sephiroth shadow stuff? It's just nonsense, right? This is the cut part, right? Was this part cut? Or was this part in the... I can't remember. I feel like it could have been in the original. I don't remember. I think he asked it. I think it's related to what we were just talking about, but none of it's cut. Okay. It's just with the localization, with the updated translation, as I said it before, like it confuses me. Because Sephiroth Shadow is definitely like language that wasn't in the original localization. So when I read it here at times, I'm like, fuck, was this new or not? But no, yeah. I did feel like it was like I remembered it, but. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure. No, I'm certain he is. That right. Well, good. Sorry for being all weird about it. Alright, guess it's time we got back to the Highwind. So, what do we do now? What can we do? Come on, any bright ideas? And don't go saying we're stuck till Cloud gets better. I've got a little intel that might help. Oh yeah? You a double agent now? I've been for a while now. Anyway, it looks like Gahaha and Kyahaha. I love how he calls them Yahaha and Kyahaha. We're up to something. Odie, the Sephiroth Shadow terminology comes from an earlier story draft where Cloud is supposedly a manifestation of part of Sephiroth's emotions rather than a copy. It being here is seemingly a remnant of that, got you. But the funny thing is, Rebirth adopted that language, right? Because you have Rufus describing the clones as like shadows of the man, as Hojo described them. So they've introduced that idea. In some ways, now, Sephiroth's Shadow is equal to being a clone. And it kind of makes sense. Like, if you're a shadow of, like, you're branched off of something. So you're essentially, you know, a clone of sorts. They haven't really gotten too much into the copy language in Remake and Rebirth, specifically. I was like very Crisis Core, and they haven't really gone too heavy into that in the Remake trilogy, the direct trilogy. Fancy eavesdropping. Here we go. Now then, two matters confront us. First, destroying the meteor. Second, deactivating the barrier around the Great Northern Cavity so that we can defeat Sephiroth. Have you any strategies? Yeah! Ha 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 ha! I have to do it for Heidegger. We've already devised a solution to the first problem. That meteor is about to be no more than space dust. An operation is already in motion. We're currently collecting Magnus materia from around the world. Oh? Magnus materia are a special kind of high-density materia that form in the high-pressure environments of Mako reactors. It's funny because I feel like she was trying to create this in Remake, right? Like in the high-pressure thing. Like, I know they're technically talking about the... I wonder how they're going to handle this now that they've introduced the Magnus materia as the giant orbs attached to the weapons. The energy we can extract from them is 330 times greater than that of ordinary materia. But I do think that was what she was trying to cook in the Shinra building in Remake, right? Remember, she's trying to make a materia at one point when you break into the Shinra building. When she's using like a trooper as her ottoman. Yeah, superb, wouldn't you say? We'll gather up all the Magnus materia we can, find and smash them into the meteor. Just picture the explosion. That animation. What the fuck? Did she always do that little like shake? Is that like an added thing? What the fuck? I just never noticed the animation to that level. Is that like an added little touch? Just picture the explosion. I can't wait to see that rock blown to smithereens. He wants to blast the materia out of the sky. Do we really have the technology for that? Not to worry. I have a method in mind. But first, we need to round up all the Magnus materia we can. We've managed to secure one from Nibelheim. All that remains is Corel and Fort Condor. Yeah, the Scarlet Magnus Materia threads are deep in the Remake series. It's set up. Yeah, it is set up. It's just that the bigger difference, they've done like, there's been like 2 special materia so far. There's a thing that Scarlet was trying to and failing at making in the Shinra building. Then there's the big Magnus materia that's attached to the weapons. The big difference though is that the huge materia in the original is a slightly bigger materia. It's kind of like a backpack size materia. It's really not that big. So I just wonder how they manage that, how the plan will alter now that they're so huge, you know? I've already dispatched troops to the ladder. Yeah! Ha 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 ha. The Shinra Archeology faces, love them, yeah. Did he say Corel? Haven't they done enough to that place already? These Magnus materia. They're talking about giant materia, right? I've heard of those before. Something's bound to happen if we bring our smaller materia close to bigger ones. I have to do like a more normal voice for Red because like I can't do a deep voice for Barrett, deep voice for Vincent, deep voice for Red. Gotta mix it up. The power of materia is our #1 weapon. This could be a great way to up our arsenal, so I'm more in line with the remake. Right. We can't let Shinra get their hands on those Magnus materia. Besides, I can't wait to see the look on Cloud's face when you bring him one of those big-ass beauties. More like Yuffie. Yuffie will be excited. Oh, what's this now? Sounds like you really do want Cloud to come back to us. Yeah, but enough of that. There's something more important we gotta talk about. If we're gonna do this as a group, we gotta have a leader. And ain't no one better at leading than me. At least, that's what I like to say. But I'm not cut out to lead. Part of the growth and arc for Barrett. Took a long time for me to realize that, but there it is. Which means, here's where we get kind of a goofy side of Sid in some ways, right? He's just sleeping. Huh? Thank you for subscribing. Solid Snake 88, 4 months in a row. Thank you so much. Huh? What's going on? You're our new leader. That's what. Pain in the ass. Forget it. But you're the man for the job. If we want to keep fighting, we need you and the Highwind. This here ship's gonna save the planet. And who's running it? That's right, you. Which is why you gotta be our leader, Sid. Ain't no other choice. Huh. So the ship's gonna save the planet, huh? Feels a little hot in here all of a sudden. I forgot how to do the southern voice. Yeah, you got my blood boiling now. I'm a man too. Don't you forget it. All right, let's do this. It reminds me of the this like, all right, let's do this.
Okay, well, what we'll do, I'll run in first, gather up all the eggs so we can kind of just, blast them all down with AoE. I will use Intimidating Shout to kind of scatter them so we don't have to fight a whole bunch of them at once. When my shout's done, I'll need Anthony to come in and drop his shout too, so we can keep them scattered and not have to fight too many. When his is done, Bass, of course, will need to run in and do the same thing. We're going to need Divine Intervention on our mages, so they can AE so we can, of course, get them down fast, because we're bringing all these guys. I mean, we'll be in trouble if we don't take them down quick. I think it's a pretty good plan. We should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming up with 32.33
the setup fun fact, yeah, I'm sure.
Of survival.
Like in hindsight, you can kind of tell that it's a bit of a stage, maybe,
It's a lot
but
better than we usually do.
All right, chums up.
Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy Dragons! Oh my god, he just ran in. Save him!
Oh, geez, stick to the plane!
Oh, Jesus. Let's go. Stick to the plan, Shove.
Stick to the plane!
Oh, gee. Oh, fuck. Give me divine intervention. Hurry up.
Shout.
He's saying I can't cast. I can't move. Am I lagging, guys? I can't move. What the hell? I can't aim. Oh my god. The eggs keep spawning. More respawning. I don't think you can cast with that shit.
even if this was like set up,
I got it.
even if this was staged, still amazing.
Oh my god.
God damn it, Leroy.
God damn it, Leroy.
Leroy, you moron.
Leroy.
Jimmy.
This is ridiculous.
I'm on it. Don't mess. I'm down, forking down. God damn it. I killed before I could remove on this. God. Oh, Spiffy, res us.
Why do you do this shit, Leroy?
I'm trying.
Why you do this shit, Leroy?
Who's soul stoned?
We do have a soul stone up, don't we?
I don't think you got soul stones.
Warlock.
My grandpa told me about this video. I think it came out before I was born. Yeah, this is like archaic internet.
Great job, for Christ's sake. Leroy, you were just stupid as hell.
That's a Sid of their group. Leroy, you're just stupid as hell. Oh man, classic. All right, let's do this. Captain Sid, you lead. Captain Sid will lead you true. Good. Now time for your big debut. The operation room's waiting. Hell yeah. This fucking run. Sid's run is so funny. Yo, Sid. We'll head for the Coral reactor as soon as you're ready. Hurry up, leader man. Sid, taking orders? Now I've seen it all. I knew you can't help talking to a cutie like me. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're 16. Would you mind leaving me alone? This shit makes me wanna... Yuffie always trying to be older than she is, as kids are wont to do. Alright, Barrett. We definitely need Barrett. Yeah, let's take Vincent. Barrett is very ready to abrogate being a leader here, weirdly. Or abdicate, maybe? Oh, Captain, well, I've got you. Mr. Kateseth wanted me to tell you he's rigged up to the fax machine over there to intercept communications between Shinra's departments. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to glean some useful intel. Wait, what? That feels like another added thing. Got a fax machine in here? Huh? Missing artillery. Several days ago, a replica departing Costa del Sol was shot down over the Meridian Ocean. On board were several prototype armaments developed by advanced weaponry, as well as numerous experimental specimens created by R&D. That is a cool side quest notification system. I don't remember this fax machine being here. Recovering this material has been declared a matter of top priority by the executive board. However, their hazardous nature makes doing so a perilous task. God dang. Director Heidegger has proposed assigning the Turks to this operation, but before it can be carried out, we must first locate the craft. Hence, like, the Turks being on the sunken Yelnica. Am I going crazy? Was this I told you about this in Discord after you asked if there was anything to highlight. I didn't catch this in your message. I also tend to skim things. Well, you made it sound like there was nothing big, so I was like, okay, nothing big. Turk actually said, just advertise that you're playing the worst 1 hour of the game. Hey now, the Junon shit is fun. Oh, in the meeting room, there's an unused animation for the fax machine in the corner printing a page out. You know what, now seeing it in the game, it's much cooler than it sounded in Discord. Like in Discord, it's like, okay, unused fax machine animation, okay. I turned it into a side quest hint machine, got it. Turk and I wrote hints and flavor text for it. Got it. That's a really cool addition. I like that addition a lot. Mod in more faxes, please. Regarding recent reports, in the week since the erection of the barrier around the Great Northern Cavity, we at the Public Security Division have been inundated with numerous bizarre reports. Among them are tales of a woman's wailing cries echoing down the mountains of the Nebel region, seemingly from a lake located at their summit. Such a cool addition! Holy shit! The Lucrezia lore. With the world in a state of crisis, hysteria abounds, and lacking any means to reach a said lake in the first place, we cannot allocate resources to investigating what is likely nothing more than a children's ghost story. Please disregard all further reports on the matter. That is all. There's more? My commitment to you. Greetings, fellow members of our Shinra family. This is your president speaking. As you all know, we live in challenging times. Now that I know it's Rufus, I gotta... Monsters rage across the planet's surface, wreaking unprecedented havoc. A sword hangs heavy over our heads, ready to fall. Terrorists seeking to take advantage of the pandemonium threaten to tear down the very foundations our great society was built upon. Indeed, the planet faces a crisis, and some may feel that I am too young, too inexperienced to lead us through it. The late president, my father, was a great man. In a scant 30 years, he turned a small arms manufacturer into the greatest company the world has ever seen, and transformed all of our lives with the miracle of Mako. I am not that man, only his son. Odie is saying in chat, that's like, I stole this from Rebirth. And yeah, these definitely, you can tell, this is the dialogue from the Junon ceremony. But to those who harbor such doubts, and to you all, I say this. The Shinra Electric Power Company will endure. The challenges we face can be overcome. We need merely summon our courage and cut ties with the past. Yesterday is behind us. We must look forward. We must look instead to the promise of tomorrow. But today is a new day. And though it may be perilous, these trials that face us shall serve only to show our resolve, to prove that we have what it takes to create a shining new age for all. So I entreat you, place your faith in me, in Shinra, follow me, and we will reach our promised land. This is, I solemnly swear to you all, as president of the Shinra Electric Power Company, and as a man you can believe in, Rufus Shinra. Chadley needs a fax, send a fax, yeah. Chadley needs a small fax machine attached to him. We hear you. We at the Shinra... We at the Shinra Maintenance Division are well aware that escalators on several of the upper floors of the Shinra building are still non-functional. The division is doing everything in its power to rectify the issue. In the meantime, we kindly request that employees use the elevators instead. Thank you. Alright, so fuck you, Odie. Alright, you're supporting them and the elevators. This constant elevator, Square Enix and you colluding, with just replacing everything with more elevators. Elevators everywhere. Double quotation marks, fuck. Results of geological survey. In preparation for the Magnus Materia operation, geological surveys were conducted at various sites in hopes of locating similarly powerful materia to those found in reactors. While none on the level of the Magnus Materia were discovered, several promising Mako hotspots were identified. Areas in the Corel, Wutai, and Mideel regions, as well as a northeastern island, showed the greatest potency. However, reaching them has proven difficult for traditional transport fleets. Investigation is on hold, pending alternative modes of travel, but the Advanced Weaponry Division will continue looking into the matter. That is all for now. Are these the Materia Caves? Sephiroth, time for bed. Have a good one. Thank you so much, Sephiroth. How much more do we have? I do want to set up for live stream sequence next week, so I should get on with this a bit. Let me save. Wait, wasn't there a book or story that took place in Mideel? Like a story where they were trying to find that Aerith was a painting, HQ? There's one more from Heidegger? Okay. Just one more? Alright. And I was also gonna ask, like, if I leave, do I mess this up or do I need to do this in one shot? Regarding recent reports, in the week since the erection of the barrier around the Great Northern Cavity, we at the Public Security Division have been inundated with numerous bizarre reports. Among them are tales of a woman's wailing. Oh wait, this is the this is the same one. Oh, they're randomized. Fuck. A quick exit is helpful now. Alright, we did this one. Missing artillery. This is the one we just read also. That's the sub. That's why there's a quick exit, got it. There's the Rufus one. Alright. Well, I've lost interest. We'll do it again later. If they're randomized, they're always there, so. Let's go to Corel. There's Magnus Materia, there's one in the Corel and one for Condor, but I could swear there were others. Where though? Yo, leader man, clock's ticking. Right, anything? Hey Sid, we should drop in on Cloud and Tifa once in a while. Okay, so elephant in the room chat. Elephant in the room chat. It seems my heart has all but frozen after decades of hold that thought. After decades of slumber. Elephant in the room. This part of the game. Cloud's missing. Tifa's gone. Anybody know what I'm wondering about? There's been a lot of theories out there about what could happen in this part of the game. Do we get the Zachariah affair? I don't know. You know, if he's in the Beagle world, it's possible. I would imagine that he might be interested in trying to find the party, possibly. Having Zack in the party here would greatly diminish the loss of Cloud. Yeah, for sure. I really don't know how I feel about Cloud potentially being involved here. I meant Cloud, Zack. Especially because I would assume he would have to explain himself, or like who he is, which would like give away a lot of stuff about Zack, right? It'd be extremely funny if Zack took over Tifa's time as the leader, yeah. Delta's saying I think it's a very real possibility. Yeah. I don't know how. I could definitely see it happen. Here's the thing, right? I could see it happen. I think the idea of like Zack joining the party around this part of the game is a very popular theory, similar in some ways to the idea that Bugenhagen was going to give us all the answers in Cosmo Canyon. So it seems like a perfect opportunity for Zack to join the party. But I wonder if it's one of those things that turns out like the Bugenhagen predictions, right? Where it seemed like, well, it makes the most sense that Bugenhagen would understand what's going on with the worlds and the live stream and all the weird shit, right? That was kind of the easy assumption, was that he would plug that info in. He would become the conduit for all that information. And instead it became Sephiroth. So yeah, I don't know. I'm very curious, how they handle that. I generally think it would be similar to Rebirth, where Zack basically has his own story until he intersects with us at near the end. Zack joins the party, but it's a Genova thing. There we split the difference. What would he do though, right? Because like, I don't know what the value of... It's so hard to imagine how he fits in. I don't see how he fits into the part of the story. It would just feel weird. And it's like, it would feel weird to me if it's like, okay, you're missing a Cloud-like character. Well, you're missing Cloud. So here is a Cloud-like replacement, very conveniently, that is suddenly involved with the group. The group doesn't really know who he is, aside from Tifa. And if he were to show up, it sort of like gives away lots of things in that moment. So I struggle to think about I struggle to think of how it works. I think Zack is in Beagle. I do too. But it'll be that there's many near misses with the party, but his actions help them along. Like one actual reunion near the end of the game. Yeah, I think generally Zack will play a role in this part of the story, but it's hard to imagine. But they gave Zack a combat fit. Yeah, they've definitely hooked him up with like an entire kit, right? And it would be weird not to have more of him. I'm not saying to not have more of him. I'm just wondering if he would be involved with the main party yet, I did have a crazy idea at one point where it was like an idea of like, what if Zack being alive was something that Sephiroth ended up using in the Whirlwind Maze? Like, you think this guy's dead. Well, look, he's right here. Like if the convergence point for Zack were at the Whirlwind Maze, it would open up a possibility of like, Cloud were to see Zack, would that be a trigger for what the fuck is real? What do I know? I don't know. I think it just opens up questions about like, it immediately gets to a point of like, the party and the player, including new players, would quickly have to get answers. I'm like, okay, well, what's their relationship? What's the relationship between Zack and Cloud? So it kind of gives that away, which they're still weirdly kind of keeping a secret. It doesn't seem like a big secret. Definitely not to new players. I mean, that's old players. But they've kind of kept it up a little bit. Like, I still see new players who haven't put 2 and 2 together yet. If the Cloud is insignificant, there's a reason for him to be there, which makes his arc relevant. But how that fits in is the problem. I have no idea. Yeah, I really struggle. I think the way they'll handle Cloud's absence is there will be split parties in different parts of the world, and that would make it easier for them to work Zack in. Zelda, that works. Zelda, that does kind of work, yeah. It's them. Predictions. Sephiroth makes Cloud wear a bandana over his eyes, telling him put his hand in a bowl of peeled grapes, insisting they are eyeballs. That's hyper specific. Hey man, just want to say that the last nearly 2 years living with Rebirth, all the videos and all these theorizing chats here and elsewhere have been so much fun, and I feel an insane amount of excitement at the prospect of the conversation shifting with new information soon. Not done, Rick. From your lips to God's ears. God's ears. Where are we at? Where are we at? We looked at it on Sunday. What's the official count right now? Let's see. Eight days. 8 trips around the sun. 8 trips around the sun. I pray. Oof. I mean, who knows? Who knows, chat? I hope so. We will all be here. The way my heart rate literally goes up when I think about it. Yeah, Dunrick, man. It simultaneously feels like hard to believe, but also very believable, right? Because I thought we were gonna get something around summertime. I was hoping, at least. So we're kind of overdue. You know, compared to the timeline for Rebirth's marketing, they did the first teaser. What was it? It's actually a January event, wasn't it? It was a January 2022. Because that's when the anniversary event was. It was in January, wasn't it? For the Japanese anniversary? June 2022. So they did the anniversary event in June. That was weird. You'd figure it'd be January, but yeah, okay. Because in my head, I was like, was it summer? I remember June, but then I remember it being an anniversary event. So I figured it was actually in January, but they just did it later. Okay. Yeah. So 2 years after Remake, 2 years before Rebirth. This month is 22 months since Rebirth's release, so we're getting right in that same pocket, yeah. Yeah. I'm hoping. Guess we made it just in time. Rebirth was revealed June 2022, and that's when they also announced Crazy Core Reunion. Yeah. Made a whole calendar. Well, I have a whole calendar I made out of all the major events of the past game so I could speculate on 3 Make news. Wow. Ah, shit. Looks like they got the magnets material on that train. They're gonna leave us in the dust. Damn it, those sons of bitches. Shall we give chase? Hey, did y'all forget who I am? This is Captain Sid you're talking to, just leave it to me. Hopefully I don't fuck this up. That's a dedicated fan right there, yeah. Well, Dunrick is definitely a dedicated fan from what I've seen of him in chats and everything. For sure. More dedicated than me, I don't have a calendar like that. They're revealing something for sure, at least the title. Here's the thing. We talked about this earlier because of like how big the audience is. I didn't know you could drive this sort of thing. Actually, I can't. What? No need to fret. I'm sure I can figure this thing out. Let's see. 2 levers, 1 left, 1 on the right. I see now. I just gotta alternate pulling the 2 levers up and down. Judging by how fast Shinra is going, I reckon they'll reach North Corel in about 10 minutes. Hold on tight, it's about to get bumpy. But here's the thing. So if they were to do Game Awards, we already talked about this earlier in stream, but it's such a big audience, 154 million viewers last year. You can't just do a title reveal. That wouldn't really mean anything to that big of a crowd. Like, in my opinion, they do have to give something fairly juicy. This one was gonna be different because wasn't Corel Reactor totally destroyed in Rebirth? You might have already talked about this, but I just tuned in. The Corel reactor, yes. But they can take a minecart. There are minecarts. So maybe there's like, they take stuff out of the mine, maybe. But yeah, you're right, actually, because there's nothing. The reactor is completely wiped out. And they're taking a huge materia out of it. I guess the big thing is like like in the world or in the lore of the OG, as they just described, the Magnus materia was in the reactors. They were made in the reactors. Versus in Rebirth, they talked about the Magnus materia being in. They talked about the Magnus materia as like attached to the weapons, as we saw. What are they doing? Are they freezing me? Oh shit. Sid has no. This fight's taking forever. I think part 3 trailer will be the wildest one yet, especially if they show us Worldland Maze. Yeah. Bestial Flare, please wipe these guys out. I'm running out of time. So yeah, like the reason that they go to the reactors here in the original is because supposedly that's where the huge materia is. And that's very different now because it's very much been attached to the weapons. So yeah, I really do wonder how they do that. $2,400, okay, that's good. Sun sword. Come on. These animations. Okay, thank God. Maybe something similar to Intergalactic or The Witcher 4. They don't tend to do heavy CGI trailers. Which those were. So, I'm not sure. Oh, that did nothing. Oh, hell yeah, Comedian. Guys, I'm feeling the pressure right now. Come on. This enemy is really cool. Fuck. It's a nothing. We're out of fucking lightning. Okay, finally. Come on. Damn, it's you guys. That's right. Now how's about you hand over that Magnus materia? Yeah. Alright, bring it, bitch. Just one trooper? Come on now. God damn. What do I mean by wilder? What the fuck moments? Yeah. Yeah, no, I got that. Guy had his guts coming out of him, mighty Sid. I won't forget you, soldier. This ain't time for eulogies. You gotta pump the brakes, Mr. Leader. Enough chatter. You think I don't know we're in trouble? Keep yapping like that and we'll crash right into Northern Corral. I love Sid. Now then, if alternating the levers make a speed. Shit, how does this go? Do I do both? Then moving them up or down at the same time should make us brake. What the fuck? Nothing's happening. I'm pressing buttons. Oh, I'm an idiot. I do them together. All this dialogue, shut the fuck up! Shit. Wait. Okay. I thought I had to alternate them a bunch more. I got it. It's been a long time since I played this game. Actually, not that long, right? It was, well, like November, December, October. October's like December 2023. That's the last time I played it. I have a bad memory, so. Apparently I forgot. How brave of you. We'll never forget this. Yeah, why don't you give thanks to fucking Barrett, bro. He's here, and here we go. Thank you. You look at Barrett's Corel arc wrapping up. Hell yeah. Are you all the ones who stopped the Shinra train? Damn, the company was about to ruin our lives all over again. So somehow, like we talked about how the materia may not be in the reactor anymore because the reactor is completely blown up. And maybe more of the weapons. They have had the weapons be in the reactor, so maybe we go there and try to take it from the weapons. But either way, they need to have this moment somehow, some way. They need to have this moment for Barrett, for sure. Might be only trash and rubble, but this here's our hometown. Ain't nothing more precious. Right, Barrett? You're damn right. We was born and raised in these mines. No matter how tough times get, our hearts always burn bright like coals. To hell with that meteor. We're coal miners, ain't we? We dig a big old tunnel and hide away. All right. Hey kid, didn't you have something you want to give these guys? A little gift for fighting the good fight against Shinra? Better have something for me. Shit. This will probably be one of the little kids that we helped in the side quest. I pulled this up out of the well. You ever seen a rock this cool? Ultima Materia. There was some fight y'all had. You must be hurting all over. I already had a word with the innkeeper. You can rest there tonight in the house. Alright, rest it up. I do realize something. In addition to it being almost 11:30 my time, I don't have money. And from what I remember, for doing the Fort Condor, you need money to hire the troops to like fight off Shinra. So I may need to grind off stream so I can get some money. And we can. I have 11,000. That's not really a lot because I just bought a bunch of stuff in Mideel. So I'm thinking I can grind off stream, and then next Wednesday we can quickly do for Condor, and that'll set us up for a live stream sequence. So close enough. There's only one quest before going to Mideel for that. you could punt the FC event with no minimal money and do the traditional boss fight and still get the rewards, I think. Let me double check. Let me double check the guide. Let's see. That's right, I have the old school guide. Returns for Condor. There's a final battle at Fort Condor. You'll face tougher odds than ever before. Da-da-da. You know what? How about... Because I just wonder if I fail, do I still get the Phoenix materia? You know what I could do? I could save outside of Fort Condor, do it, see if I still get, you know, the, see if I get the Phoenix materia, which is what I care about. And if all goes well, then cool. If not, then I'll go to the old save off stream and do it that way. So yeah, let's do it that way. Let's just do the Condor. Punt it. If we succeed, we succeed. If we don't, we don't. Okay. There it is. I haven't kept up with the playthrough. The Highwind looks rad. Oh, have you not seen this? Hold on, let me just save real quick. Yeah, we have the Gaia World mod. You can get it in the 7th Heaven mod manager. But yeah, you can see you get like an entire world view, like more of a globe view, especially when you like zoom out. So you can really see the world. It's cool, right? And then you can zoom really close in. Get a good look at the Highwind. It's so sick. All right. Oops. All right, let's do this. I hope there's like some kind of effect like that in part 3. Like the world has that sort of feel to it, maybe. It's not gonna be an overworld, obviously. And we kind of get it, we got a bit of a hint of it with the Tiny Bronco. I'm super curious how they handle it. They've hyped up the Highwind so much. They've hyped it up like crazy. Like crazy. Hamaguchi's like, oh yeah, it's so cool. I can't wait. I want to tell you about it so bad, but I can't tell you about it. I really want to. They're changing up a strategy. Apparently they're now planning to destroy the reactor and make off with the material inside. The heat is on now. We can't afford to lose. We have to hold this fort. Damn, so it's talking to this place too? All right, let's go up. Give us a semi-scaled down world map and fly over like Expedition 33's map. Yeah, I don't think they'll do that. They've already set up how the world looks and feels, right? Unless there's some way they can magically like merge the two. It seems the situation has changed. Shem is looking to end things once and for all. If we lose here, it's over. Our future is in your hands. Please do your best. Actually need a longer... I need to hook up. I need to give Sid some good equipment. Because he doesn't have good equipment right now. Crystal bangle. Oh, I just got this too. That's new. Okay. I think I got a new weapon for Barrett also, yep. Materia, Sid. Swap. Oh, just unequipped Tifa completely. Okay. I could probably give him some of Tifa's. That won't be good for him. Where's Jump? Doesn't he have Jump? 'Cause I didn't see it in his move list either. I thought he had that by default. Or maybe not. Well, I could give him Ultima. I'll also give him... Fire. Fire. Doesn't need much. Yoso's XO stream is going well, playing some Hades 2 while I watch. When's the prayer circle for part 3 TGA trailer? So we get started with TGI hype on Sunday. I'll be doing my bingo card for the TGAs as a whole, because I'm a gamer as well, you know? Like, I like a lot of games, actually. I don't share too much of that, or haven't yet, with all of you, except for when I streamed Ghost of Yotei Day 1. But we'll do like a bingo card for the whole show, and then we'll do a bingo card for the trailer, like what we think the trailer could have. Then, Wednesday, we'll do the live stream sequence, speculate for part 3, and then hopefully on Thursday, I will stream Thursday, we'll stream the Game Awards. Unless something, God forbid, comes up with work that I can't. We'll be here Thursday. We'll be prayer circling, we're doing all that diluted shit. Games like Yotei, Death Stranding 2 have done an amazing job with FLV. If they're able to do something similar, that'd be awesome, yeah. FF7 Remake Part 3, so FF7 Remake Part 3, Part 1 ends after the weapons emerge from the crater. Part 2 comes 3 years later, 2020 to 2030 remake series. Good lord. Yeah, they split up the last installment like they did with like Harry Potter. And wasn't there like another series where it took the final movie and like turned it into 2? I feel like there was one of those. Another one of those. Harry Potter comes to mind, but there was another one that did that too. Hunger Games? Yeah, didn't Hunger Games do that? I think. Try Stoner. Oh, yeah, those are the ones that roll down. Those are pretty cool. We're the big boys. Oh, Defender. Fighter. 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 Defender. Shoot from afar. Archers. Repair. Set up a couple of repair. Excited to see you try it. Yeah. You could save money, buy no units, and let them reach you. Yeah. I do enjoy Fort Condor. I just wish it was even faster. I have it at full speed. I really enjoyed it in the remake trilogy. I even liked it in Rebirth. Like I liked it. I sort of dug the change. Man, it is such a testament to their whole remake approach, right? Where every game they try to make it feel different. We gotta move over here. We need help. Where they keep talking about, Hamaguchi keeps talking about, like, we want to make the gameplay experience feel different every time for each game. And we're definitely seeing that in action with how they're handling even things like mini games, right? Like they couldn't even keep, they're so dedicated to making it feel new with every game that they even make they even try to make the mini games feel new, right? Yeah, please don't change Queen's Blood unless they just add to Queen's Blood, right? Enemy destroyed. I mean, guys, you should know what you're doing. Just attack the dude in front of you. Just attack it. You'll figure it out. You're good. All right, actually, these guys, need you to move over here. Attack the enemy. It's pretty simple, guys. Just hit the enemy. It's like I'm dealing with preschoolers. You got it, you got it. Just attack the enemy. You got it. You guys want to help him? You guys want to do something? You got it, you got it, you got it. Oh my god, just do your job. Nope. You guys know what you're doing. Probably wouldn't hurt to have another attacker. Man, they got a lot of enemies. Shit. Alright, you guys move. Or you guys can wait there. So that might be smart, actually, because you do have the... You bring them over here. Let's use my repairs. I don't really know who needs repairing. Dude! Just leaving him alone. Oh, he's hurting. All these guys are hurting pretty bad. Here. Dude, hit the guy next to you. Okay. Fighter, head down. Defender. Oh. Damn, this takes quite a while, actually. Ah, shit. Oh, I'm out of gil. Alright, you guys are... Whatever you guys could do, just do your best. I'm out of money. I'm like a weapons manufacturer that's run out of money. I'll have to return to the Four Condor minigame. Dude, how many enemies? Do they go around the outside or do they have to curve back in? I assume they have to curve back in. These repairs are doing nothing. There's one guy coming up the gut. Oh, they do go along the side. Shit. Alright, we're gonna get smoked. It was a good attempt. Damn, it's kind of hard though. So many enemies. What the hell? Needs to be rich. It was a Valorant effort. Sure. Now I'm totally out of money. I don't know why I bothered. Just ran over my poor guy over here. All right, fine. Boom, 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 boom. Also, all stream, I didn't do the 60 FPS mod. I didn't reactivate it from last week. So now we're seeing the animations in their crunchy OG form. It's gonna totally do overkill. Grand's Gambit. That was cute. That was a cute little attack. All right. So we got the Imperial Guard. We got him. What a win. And it's all thanks to you. I doubt Shinra will be coming back around after that. Whoa. All right. Oh, the bird died. That light just now. Condor. It's egg. Huh? So sorry to ask, but would you mind stepping outside and checking what happened? How about you check? It's your town. Phoenix Materia. It's your chicken. Tonight we feast like kings. Where's the huge Materia at? Is that it? Gone, just like that. Do me a favor and bring my father up to speed. Where do we get the huge Materia, though? I forgot. Not outside? And there really is, we're blowing through this too, actually. After the battle, check outside. Phoenix Materia, it's like an old man with a huge, okay. I just forgot the details. Thank you, Trey. All right, so we are set up for live stream sequence next week. Thank you everyone from the bottom of my heart. I haven't got anything in the way of a reward, but I'll make sure there's always beds whenever you come to stay. All right, I nearly forgot. Magnus Materia. Oh, what's this? Hey, and that's one huge Materia. I like how he just carries around what in Rebirth is depicted as this massive thing attached to a weapon. Well, you see, this here's the Materia that was inside that reactor. So what the hell are we fighting for? Our goal here hasn't been to protect the reactor. We've been trying to preserve the Condor's life. When Shinra built the reactor, they had us help with the construction as well. That's how we knew what was inside. We knew this day would eventually come, so after Shinra left, we snuck in and removed the Materia. It was never my intention to fool you, but I guess that's what ended up happening. My sincerest apologies. That's all wonder of the bridge now. What happens is we're still alive. Yes, indeed, that does put things in perspective. We are truly grateful. So these magnets materia, the one Shinra's after. Ain't there another in Junon's offshore reactor? We gotta get there first and make sure they don't take it. Shinra will probably be on high alert after all the trouble we've been giving them. Why don't we let things cool down and pay our old friend a visit? Cloud, huh? That's the one, and I'm worried about Tifa too. Girls like to run herself ragged. Let's go check back in on them. Next up, Mideel. All right, y'all. Let's fly over to Mideel. We'll like park outside, and that's where we'll call it for this week's stream, which means we are set up for the live stream sequence next week. The defining moment, the defining sequence of the OG FF7. What will be the defining moment of part 3 is the ship. I couldn't be more excited. Plus, I have heard from our esteemed friends at Shinra Archeology Department who helped put together this mod, which has restored content and a clearer translation. I heard from them. Let's check out the barrier in the northern crater too. I heard from them that the live stream sequence has a lot of really good stuff in it. Where's the barrier? Oh, there it is. Oh shit. I have heard the live stream sequence has a lot of really good stuff in it. In the mod. So I don't know if there's like added things or it's just like better translation. I think it's more better translation than like outright new stuff. But either way, I've heard there's good stuff. So I'm excited for it because not only is it my favorite part of the original FF7, but we might get a little bit more out of the dialogue because the translation is better. So I'm really looking forward to it. Let's park outside of Mideel. Hold on. Line it up. I'm trying to get on that little sliver. There we go. All right, we are here. We are ready. Observe. Let's save. All right. So that'll be next week on the OG FF7. In the meantime, everyone in Twitch, please hang around for a raid. I'm going to see who there is to raid. But thank you so much for hanging out. On Sunday, December 7th, that will be the next stream. We will be doing our TGA predictions, our, whatchamacallit. We'll be doing our, bingo card. Where's Bryce at? So we'll raid into, my friend Crossout Bryce, who is playing FF10 for the first time, which is actually a nice bookend to how we started stream, where we checked out a little bit of NSP's video. Yeah, so Sunday, we'll be doing TGA's bingo card. Might react to one of the videos that was posted in the Discord. And we will also probably, we'll definitely be playing Crisis Core, trying to make some more progress in that. So thank you, Hank, for hanging out. Dunrick, JV Dragoon, J Dunk, a lot of Dunks and Dunricks, Dun-esque names. Decimator, close to Dunk style, but just Decimator. Trey Kelly, Davey Tempest, Zalapsky, Drake Sparky, Jake Lloyd, and everyone else who's still here in chat. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to start the raid process, which will take a couple seconds. But He's playing FF10, and I believe we have FF10 fans here in chat. So check around. Bryce is really cool. He reacted to my video. Also was very into film and storytelling, so had a lot of thoughts along those lines. So he's in that world. He's in that realm. He's also he watches and is a big part of the Just Capricorn community, so you may recognize him from there, in chat at least. So yeah, so see you all guys, see all of you